Live from Vancouver, All Elite Wrestling presents Dynasty.
It's Sunday! You know what that means! AEW Dynasty is coming to you live around the world from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. I'm Excalibur, joined by Nigel McGuinness and Tony Schiavone. We have a massive, massive event in store for you tonight. We are very happy you made the decision to join us for Dynasty.
And what a way, what a way to start this broadcast here tonight.
Your Dynasty opening contest is a tag team match set for one fall. Introducing first, from Rancho Cucamonga, California, at a combined weight of 417 pounds, Matt and Nick Jackson, the Young Bucks.
A tag team battle kicking off the broadcast here tonight from Vancouver. Arcadiora, of course, the fourth member of our announced team, and the fifth member joining us here at the desk is the contemptible, the odious Don Callis.
What a great night to be here, because I'm about to see Takeshi and Okada come together like Pippen and Jordan and put these obsequious little punks, the Bucks, down once and for all.
And if they can work together, you have guaranteed your man, Takeshi, a title shot. Is that correct? Just get it out here.
A title shot at Kazuchika Okada's international championship.
Of course.
I say a lot of things. I'm very happy to see my guys go up against each other, work together. It's all money in my pocket, Schiavone.
There you go.
And their opponent, first from Osaka, Japan, weighing 232 pounds, he is the New Japan Pro Wrestling World Television Champion, the Alpha, Takeshita.
Nigel Takeshita has been extremely successful, both in Japan here and here in the United States at just 30 years of age. But he says that he wants his AEW International Championship back. That title currently held by his fellow family member, the Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada.
There's a good degree of conflict, or some might say competitive nature, in the Don Callis family.
Why are the Young Bucks allowed to come over by this table and try to assault me? I'll take your eye if I get a chance. You know I will. You look good with an eye patch. Hate these kids.
Don, they were just pointing at
They
you.
ruined the wrestling business.
What? And here's a man who certainly made it better. His legacy is almost second to none.
Joining him from Aichi, Japan, weighing 236 pounds, he is the AEW International Champion, the Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada.
That's a good-looking jacket on Okada. It says Don Callis on the back.
Are they for sale, Don?
For you, special price.
Thank you very much.
This is very interesting on so many levels. You know, Don, there's going to be friction here between your two prime members of the family.
You know what the enemy of greatness is? Getting too familiar. So I like the fact that there's a little edginess between these two.
Don, you've mentioned it before, Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan, and the list goes on of great teams that had contention. Somehow they were able to stay on the same page, and arguably sometimes it is that competitive nature between two members that can make for a better team.
It's about money, and in the National Football League, No one cared whether Tom Brady got along with whoever else on the team. They don't just get rid of people. Learn to coexist and run the play. That's what the coach says.
And that's a great point, Don. These guys, they want the money. They want the greatness. And it looks like they're going to be able to team up tonight.
Okada offering the hand to Konosuke Takeshita. Takeshita declining the handshake, but
I don't think that's a surprise, but I really think Takeshita should have shook his hand.
They're ribbing on the square. If you've ever been in a locker room in your godforsaken career, you'd know what that is.
a raucous crowd joining us here in Vancouver. A lot of history, not only between Konosuke Takeshita and Don Callis, or excuse me, and Kazuchika Okada of the Don Callis family. These two men have teamed together 3 times last year, picking up victories in 2 of those 3 matches, but also history between Konosuke Takeshita and the Young Bucks. Kenny Omega, and was part of the elite. He brought in Konosuke Takeshita to All Elite Wrestling from DDT Wrestling in Japan, but then the history between Kazuchika Okada and the Young Bucks even more pronounced. Okada, when he was on his excursion in the early years of his New Japan Pro Wrestling career, he found common friends in Matt and Nick Jackson. Their relationship throughout the careers of the Bucks in New Japan Pro Wrestling, they were very, very close. And then Okada, after his arrival in AEW, was almost like a third brother for Matt and Nick Jackson until Okada turned his back on the Bucks and joined up with you, Don.
Yeah, no, he made a business decision, and his life and career have been so much better in the last year with me than it was with the Bucks.
Yeah, very simply, they felt like that Okada was family to them, and Okada says his family is the Don Callis family.
Then they're marks if they thought that. I hate to say it. It's not the first time I've said that about the Bucks, okay? Very, very simple. Okada made a business decision. The Bucks are like a brain worm. They infect anyone they're near, and they bring everybody down around them.
I think Okada's a great protege for you, Don, because both of you are great manipulators. And we've seen that on many levels. Look at this.
Nick Jackson, 2-for-1 offense there on the Don Callis family.
Nick Jackson's a great athlete. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Very impressive young man.
I don't know if the fans noticed, but Don Callis is wearing a pink armband. Hashtag Kyle Fletcher Strong, I believe is what you said this past Wednesday.
Oh, look at that. It's a slight spread.
We're doing it all for Kyle.
Doing it all for Kyle.
Of course.
Bucks double hammer throw, sends Takeshita in. He ducks underneath. Standing switch by Matt Jackson. Takeshita a boot up into the face. Standing switch once again. Jackson, Nick Jackson.
But it takes 2 of them to get him over.
Of course, it's tag team wrestling for crying out loud, Don.
Takeshita driven over the top. The Young Bucks have cleared the ring.
But Okada doing the right thing, trying to calm things down on the outside.
Look at
Take
this.
away the momentum of the Young Bucks. Watch out.
Matt and Nick Jackson inside the
Whoa,
ring.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Takeshita on the floor. What a risk taken by Nick Jackson, and Don Callis runs for the high ground.
Dropped the headset, ran over behind Doc Sampson. Look at this. What a coward.
Looking to end things quickly.
Wait a second, Okada. The fake out by Nick Jackson.
That was tremendous.
Caught Okada on the drop kick, and drop kick senton combination.
That's what you call knowing your opponent, who at one time was a close family member of yours.
Now the drop kick. Takeshita on the floor.
Oh, wow.
What a great counter by Okada.
Once again, knowing your opponent.
Yeah, that cuts both ways, Tony. That's just what I was thinking. Okada able to pull one over on Matt and Nick Jackson, and seemingly taking quite a bit of pleasure in it, Nigel.
Smile on the face of the Rainmaker. Covering the center of the ring. Really is a dream team. Takeshita, Okada. As the Young Bucks look to try to get back into title contention after coming up a little short against the AEW World Tag Team Champions, FTR. In their hometown, pretty much, Los Angeles, California, with their whole crowd there.
And Don, thus far, Takeshita and Okada working together extremely well, but Boot by Takeshita.
Wow. Was it ever? That cleaned out Matt Jackson.
I don't want to get into words like bounty, but
Bounty?
there is some money on the line if someone can bring me Nick Jackson's right eye tonight as a souvenir.
Wow.
Well, Don,
Wow.
wait a second, Takeshita.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Takeshita, and the referee's attention. Callis gouging the eyes of Matt Jackson. Referee Rick Knox couldn't see any of it.
And now Takeshita throwing his finger into the fray as well.
Don, you are a horrible human being. Wow.
Don Callis creating a pitched battle for Matt and Nick Jackson.
With the damage to the eye, Matt Jackson is going to have a terrible time trying to defend against any offense. 50% of his view, perhaps, at this point.
Don, welcome back to the desk.
I'm going to have to wash this finger, maybe get it disinfected. It was right in his eye.
Yeah, boy, was it. I know. Was it ever. Don, you talk about a bounty on Matt Jackson. Is that what you were talking about?
Well, I said on Nick Jackson's eyes.
Cover.
He almost collected it himself.
Now, you're still upset about losing that $1 million to the Young Bucks.
Should I not be?
Well, yeah, you should be.
Takeshita and Okada, in my estimation, working together extremely well. And I know, Don, you've got your personal reasons, your business reasons for targeting the Young Bucks, but there could be championship reasons for targeting Matt and Nick Jackson. Okada and Takeshita. So to the outside, Takeshita.
Oh, nice move by Takeshita.
It certainly was.
That's the boot.
Take him out, Take.
Matt Jackson lands on the apron.
Oh, God.
Yeah, the cutter.
Yeah, but landed right on his tailbone on the floor, guys. Matt Jackson has had back issues for the last 4 or 5 years, off and on.
Now, we've covered that at length, Don. I know you're very familiar with that.
Got to get there and make the tag.
But
Great job. Great job, Okada.
How smart is Okada? I mean, Nigel, come on.
Yeah, perfect timing from
Look at
Okada.
Okada is literally doing it all right now. Takeshita's down from that stunner on the floor.
Okada was putting on the head and knocking.
Oh, this got a... Okada as a young buck, never seen this before.
Bucks have the ugliest gear in the business, so he's mocking them right now. Look at him. What a fiery young baby face. This is great.
Nigel, you talk about the vision problems of Matt Jackson.
Look at this.
I was going to say.
He's not that bad.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Oh, wait a second.
A super kick. Takeshita charging in. Wow. Exploder from Takeshita. Leg is hooked, and Matt Jackson able to beat the count.
I think he landed on that lower back tailbone once again, did Matt.
Absolutely.
A little bit of a comedy interlude there for Takeshita and Okada. But now back to serious business, and one would have to think if the Young Bucks are unable to get the win here, they'll take even further steps away from regaining the AEW Tag Team titles.
Great right hands by Matt Jackson.
Jackson rolls through, rolls back. Razadora, now double bulldog for Matt Jackson.
Yeah, but Matt Jackson again lands on his tailbone. And that hurt him as much as it did his opponents.
He's very close to making the tag. Gonna make it, yes.
Might have to replace Matt Jackson with one of the other brothers.
Tag made, and now Nick Jackson throwing right hands for both members of the opposition. He was opened up. Takeshita caught him in the body with a kick. Nick Jackson lands on his feet, though. Okada, Takeshita meeting of the minds. Wow, rolling off the back
seen that.
of Takeshita. Getting Okada with the shot, and now Takeshita up on that sidestep.
Accidental, incidental.
Shoulder tackle by Nick Jackson.
Look at Nick Jackson.
Wow. stabber on Takeshita.
That was as good a sequence as you're going to find in any match.
Cazador once again into a cutter by Nick Jackson. Leg is hurt, covers made, but Takeshita there intervenes.
Nick Jackson's on his game tonight, gentlemen. You got to agree with that.
What great teamwork there by Takeshita and Okada. Takeshita specifically, perfect timing, saving his partner.
Certainly have been able to put the differences aside, Okada and Takeshita.
Watch out now.
Shoulder tackles, opposite side of the ring by the Young Bucks now. Stepping through. Stereo sharpshooters from Matt and Nick Jackson. Okada and Takeshita in some trouble here, Don.
Who's the legal man?
Rick Knox.
No, it must be Okada and Takeshita saying no.
Okada was going to tap.
Yeah, that's good, that's good. See, they're trying to shake each other out of the mindset of tapping. This is great teamwork. Look at that.
Desperate crawl made to the ropes to force the break.
I got to agree with that, Don. That is great teamwork.
They push each other. I might slap you a little bit to wake you up out here, Shivani.
He needs it.
Please do, Don. Shut up, Nigel.
We're doing this for Kyle. Kyle's sitting at home. We don't know when he's coming back, but we're doing it for him.
No,
he's in our hearts.
Takeshita's doing it for a title shot for the International Championship with Okada. That's what he's doing it for.
What do you know, Shivani?
And the money.
Well, we heard both Okada and Takeshita telling Kyle Fletcher he was their friend. Whoa!
Look at Takeshita battering both Matt and Nick Jackson. Intercepts the super kick.
Whoa.
15% for the Bucks. Elbow strike. Matt Jackson on the move, but Takeshita was ready for him. Roundhouse kick.
Watch out, here we go.
Break it. The neck breaker, but left himself open for a super kick. Takeshita, high boot into the jaw. Looking for the Blue Thunder, perhaps. Matt Jackson able to avoid it. Takeshita overcommits, kind of stuck up in the ropes. And now,
Good God.
taken out of the ropes.
You can't let them get going like this.
Okada springs in and is welcomed by a pair of boots.
The Young Bucks have certainly found their second wind.
Here we go.
Matt and Nick Jackson, opposite sides of the ring. Senton elbow drop combination.
Come on, guys.
Matt covers, but Takeshita able to kick out.
Takeshita too big and long for Matt Jackson to hold that pin.
Yeah, you're right, but this is phenomenal. I'm just absolutely amazed at all four athletes, what they've been able to do in this match, because it's been going back and forth. No team is getting much of an advantage at all. It's amazing.
The dream matchup in anyone's book. Wait a second, here we go. The second attempt from the Young Bucks.
But Okada
The second time Okada.
was ready for it. Now Takeshita reverses.
Look at this now.
Okada and Takeshita in tandem.
That's it.
Cover made. And
Wow.
Matt Jackson barely out the back door there.
there's a deep cover by Takeshita after driving Matt down. And Don, your two men have the three-time former AEW World Tag Team Champions reeling right now.
Of course they do. We are bigger, stronger, faster. As good as the Bucks are, we're that much better.
Takeshita
Trying to put things beyond the hopes of the former AEW World Tag Team Champions.
Good job by Matt fighting this off, but oh yeah.
Okada is charging up the ropes. Matt caught him in with the back elbow. Now Matt to the top. Takeshita upsets the balance.
Oh boy.
Break his neck.
It's not going to be good for Matt Jackson.
Long way down.
Takeshita. Avalanche German suplex by the Alpha.
Get the backup brother in here.
No! What a job by Nick. What a drop kick. Holy smokes.
Here it comes.
Opening match.
Rainmaker. No! But Takeshita caught him with the knee. And now Takeshita. Power drive
That's it, that's it, that's it, that's it.
2, no! Nick Jackson pushes the pile and keeps the Young Bucks' hopes alive.
The last bit of energy that Nick Jackson had, he used it in desperation to break up that pin.
Nick Jackson thrown 3/4 of the way across the ring. There's now the decision hanging in the balance.
Just the opening match. Just the opening match.
There we go. Okada legal alongside Matt Jackson, the Young Bucks. Talked about the relationship, the former friendship between Matt and Nick Jackson. Kazuchika Okada, a very bitter pill for them to swallow, being matched up against Okada here tonight.
Going for his elbow, I'm sure. Yep.
Okada on target with the elbow drop, but
We've seen this before so many times.
Never gets old. Natashiga Ichiban. Okada, #1.
Okada perhaps poised to deliver a rainmaker.
I thought Matt Excalibur was out on his feet, but he got out of that with a couple back elbows.
Tombstone attempt, no. Ooh, rising knee strike, caught Okada on the side of the head. Now the waist lock, Okada desperately clinging on to the top rope.
Oh, here comes Takeshita.
Takeshita, German suplex.
Great power there.
Matt Jackson.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Oh my God! Oh, that's phenomenal! What athleticism!
They are crammed in here at the Rogers Arena. And this match, one of the reasons why.
boom! Takeshita weaves, super kick, catches the alpha, but the blue thunder bomb catches Matt Jackson. Oh wait, Nick off his brother's back, Canadian Destroyer. But Takeshita, he hit both.
He sure did. He cleaned both out. And the fans standing again. Oh my God, this is magnificent. It really is.
It's a feeling you only get here in AEW.
All four men struggling to beat the referee's 10 count.
Fans are helping Rick Knox. Sometimes has a hard time getting all the way to 10.
But all four men find their feet now, exchanging with fists and elbows. Okada changing levels, uppercut on Matt Jackson. Takeshita battering Nick into the ropes.
What the hell, Don? You better get out there.
It's okay. They're just letting a little steam off here. It's
Letting a little steam.
That's a lot of steam.
You're not kidding, it is. You better do something about this.
watch out for Nick.
Things going from bad to worse for the... No! I'm going to say for Takeshita Okada, but
No problem.
they caught Matt Jackson charging in. A jumping knee and a drop kick.
Matt is in big trouble here.
Say the least.
Matt being ping-ponged. Now Rainmaker. Ooh, Okada.
Oh, that's good.
And,
Oh, they collided heads.
collided heads. Now the roll-up, too. Okada. He's...
Whoa!
Takeshita. The knee landed on
Was that
Okada.
an accident?
Reverse hook on Rana on Takeshita.
Oh, look at this. Look at this stuff.
Wow. What a freaking counter.
Konosuke Takeshita, he was ready for it. And now looking for raging fire. No, Okada brings Matt back down to... Oh, Rainmaker!
This is starting to break down.
Boy, Don, this is something else on so many levels.
Oh, no. Super kicks to Okada. And... Duck. Oh, T.E. trigger. 2. No, Okada.
just got to say, brother, that's the heart of a champion coming out of that.
What a start.
Okada is great.
Wow.
Oh, but wait a second. Third time. And still the Young Bucks denied. Oh, wait a second.
What's Takeshita doing here now?
What's he not doing?
Oh, he let him go. What is that? He let him go. What is that? Takeshita let him go. Okada planted. Cover made. And the Bucks win it. What was that? I need to see a replay now.
Oh, Don, you don't need to see a replay.
I need a replay right now.
We all know what happened. You saw it, Excalibur.
Konosuke Takeshita with the opportunity to save this match.
What a phenomenal way to kick off Dynasty here tonight, and Takeshita sending a message to the Rainmaker, to the man who holds the AEW International Champion, Kazuchika Okada.
Giving the Young Bucks free reign. And with that in mind, nothing Okada could do to prevent this from happening. The International Champion pinned in the center of the ring. And his next opponent, perhaps on your screen, Takeshita. What a message sent. Don Callis beside himself.
Konosuke Takeshita not at all broken up about the loss here tonight as Okada comes to, yet things roll on here live from Vancouver. The highly anticipated return of the inaugural AEW World Champion Jericho Ricochet one-on-one next live at Dynasty. After nearly 1 year away, the return of Jericho.
AEW! I'm home. And I'm going to make it official by signing my brand new AEW contract.
Bishop Khan, Toa Leona, and Ricochet, the demand.
Why don't you get out of my ring, get back on your little cruise ship, and never come back to AEW before you actually get yourself hurt.
I don't give a what you think. But what you don't know is I have a clause in this contract that says I can choose any available opponent at Dynasty. And you know what happens, Ricochet, when you're bald? You know what happens when Chris Jericho needs an opponent for Vancouver and doesn't have one? You just made the list!
Chris Jericho challenging Ricochet for Dynasty.
See you at Dynasty, Ricochet!
The following contest is set for one fall. Introducing first, accompanied by GOA from Las Vegas, Nevada, weighing 208 pounds, Ricochet!
Bishop Khan, Toa Leona in tow, as always, with the former AEW National Champion Ricochet. Coming into this match, Nigel, with a massive chip on his shoulder.
Well, I mentioned it earlier tonight, didn't I? Of course he has. He was neither pinned nor submitted nor counted out to lose the national title in the Blackjack Battle Royal that Jack Perry ultimately won. And it is the returning Jericho, the inaugural AEW World Champion, that first caught
We demand that you
of this young
throw
man,
it up.
the light-skinned kingpin, Ricochet.
Yeah, we've got the inaugural national champion against the inaugural AEW World Champion colliding here in just our second matchup here tonight.
Now the first AEW Championship and the newest AEW Championship. Their inaugural champions
competing here tonight.
What a moment. Soak it up, Chris. You deserve it.
And it was a year since we saw Jericho here in AEW, and you can see perhaps you can hear as well. The hero's welcome. Jericho got himself in great shape. But to quote Ricochet, he's been singing in his band Fuzzy. And sometimes sing shape isn't ring shape.
This will be a massive test for Jericho. His reputation, his resume, more than precedes him. But Ricochet is among the elite of the elite. So Jericho needs to be careful here.
Yeah, I think Chris realizes that. Yeah, the fans are obviously calling out for him. It's a moment. Listen to this.
That says something about the size of a star that Jericho is. He gets a standing ovation without even looking up.
Collar elbow tie up. Jericho. Arm drag takes Ricochet down.
Yeah, right now Chris is working on emotion. Obviously a lot of adrenaline after, I mean, he signed his new contract. He's here with AEW. It was a great moment.
And Nigel, as you were mentioning, Jericho has not competed since Dynasty. Last year, his first match tonight in 371 days, more than a year away from the ring. And
so much experience Jericho has.
You know, it could be said that Jericho's paying more attention to the crowd than he is opponent, but listen, he's been here before. He knows what he's doing.
They're trying to irritate his arguably more athletic opponent, irritate the former national champion, getting everybody here against the excellence of elevation. Ricochet.
Jericho dictating the pace thus far, but Ricochet.
It's got the camera. Jericho's running the ringside camera.
He's bald. Really?
And a little bit of fun.
Really relishing this moment, his return to AEW, to the AEW ring.
Well,
12 days ago at Dynamite from Winnipeg.
He's the self-described greatest sports entertainer of all time. Ricochet there, a nice handful of hair. Why not use it?
Side headlock taken by the former national champion Ricochet. Jericho, though, sends Ricochet off. Trip attempt, nope, Ricochet.
With ease.
Bypassing to the ropes. Jericho is looking for a back body drop. Ricochet, one step ahead of Jericho. Trying to upstage the inaugural champion, Chris Jericho.
A biting chop on the Ayatollah of rock and roller. Since returning here, Jericho has certainly captured the love of the AEW faithful. Ricochet, not so much.
It's amazing, too, when Ricochet first came into AEW, fans were cheering him on, and he went from being loved to being hated. 0 to 60, guys. It didn't take long, did it?
Jealous, no question about that.
Oh, jealousy.
That's exactly what it is. The athletic ability of Ricochet, second to none.
Ricochet up to the middle of the rope, drop kick. Jericho counters. Great anticipation by Jericho.
Veteran experience from Jericho here.
Jericho drives down Ricochet.
Once again, playing to the crowd. Oh, and it cost him.
Look at that line salt of his.
Beforehand, trying to get everybody to cheer him.
Whether he'd like it or not, Ricochet has been inspired by Chris Jericho. His high-flying ability. And Ricochet very familiar with that lion salt, able to anticipate it and disrupt the balance.
Ooh. That was a gut shot to have.
Oh, wow. His boots landing flush.
Enziguri.
Oh, wait a second.
Ricochet. Oh, Valley driver on the corner beat of the ring, and Toa Leona mockingly looming over Chris Jericho.
See another look at this. Look at the neck of Chris Jericho. Jericho, one of the most tenured superstars of all time. And the wear and tear of that Hall of Fame career has certainly got to be adding up now. And you can see there, the right arm of Jericho.
Hit the shoulder, Nigel, I think as well.
Sometimes when there's neck damage, you feel it in the arm.
No doubt.
The numbness in the arm created by the damage to the neck.
Right.
As Jericho underneath the rope to reset the count.
It's the C6 that'll give you that numbness.
Well, he wants some more numbness.
No, Ricochet, Tope Suicida connects with Jericho.
Good Lord.
Like it or not, Ricochet doing the smart thing here, pushing the pace on Chris Jericho.
Making the match into his style. And again, Jericho wanted to save his knees, so had no choice but get his shoulder down.
I know he's
Yeah, got his shoulder down, but that's the wrong shoulder to get down.
So Jericho laboring with that right shoulder as Ricochet, I'm sure, has noticed that, as have Toa Leona and Bishop Khan on the floor, Nigel.
Well, no question about that. The demand, the strength in numbers. Jericho now, you mentioned it before, a year away from action. The longer this match goes, the more he's going to start to feel that. There's nothing like being in the ring. You can sit on a stationary bike, you can run up a mountain, but it's being in the ring bell to bell. There's no excuse and there's no substitute.
And Nigel, it's not getting in the ring once. It's getting in the ring consistently. Our broadcast colleague Taz likes to say you have to build up the calluses on your body, that the feeling of going into those ropes, those steel cables, of hitting the mat, of having somebody that is really out there to injure you.
Yeah, there's certainly something to that. I mean, they say just a simple body slam is like being in a car accident at 20 miles an hour. So you times that, oof, like thousands per year. over however many decades. Jericho now is just being picked apart.
Ricochet trying to either separate that shoulder, tear the bicep, and
well, look, that arm now, he's trying to move his fingers. Oh, he's giving it away. Toa Leona's going to rip that arm off and probably eat it for dinner.
I was wondering when the Gates of Agony were going to get involved in this.
That's so ironic, isn't it? Chris Jericho cover.
Cover made.
Jericho loves to make lists. After this match, he might be on the DL for a long time.
And Jericho repeatedly flexing his fingers on his right hand, perhaps the nerve damage. Who knows what's going on with him, but right now, Ricochet in control of the returning Chris Jericho.
Nice technique from Ricochet. He could try to stop Jericho, but no, Jericho's forcing himself back up. A little bit of space, separation.
It's amazing. These two athletes have had great careers, but the first time they've ever met one-on-one. This is really special on many levels.
Ricochet charging in, but Jericho
To the last second to get his boot up.
Shoulder tackle, Jericho on the move. Another shoulder tackle. Take down Ricochet. Leapfrog trip attempt by Ricochet. Rock kick, Jericho is prepared for it, and now
Lion Salt, and Vancouver erupts.
Great series of veteran moves by Jericho.
Jericho hitting his greatest hits. Can he trap into the walls? Can he turn over Ricochet? No!
Ricochet, tremendous leg strength, able to counter Jericho. Hip toss. And Jericho stepping through, mockingly placing his own hair over Jericho's face.
That's the first time Ricochet had to look through the hair in probably decades.
But once again, a little bit more sports entertainment, or rather a little more entertainment, not enough sports.
Solid kick right along the spine of Ricochet by Jericho.
Oh.
Aubrey Edwards pulled into Jericho's path by Ricochet. Now Ricochet pulled Jericho face first in that middle turnbuckle pad. Now Ricochet, Northern Lights suplex, easily floats over, but Jericho finds his feet behind Ricochet. Ricochet, though, standing switch. Jericho rolls through. Now Jericho.
Here it comes. Ricochet trying to fight it off, Excalibur.
Toa Leona distracting the official, which means...
In comes Bishop. Caught, and Jericho once again into the corner. Ricochet, the roll-up, 1, 2. Jericho able to survive, at least for the moment, but Ricochet scores with a big knee strike. Ricochet, Death Valley driver, center of the ring.
Well, we called Willow Nightingale the comeback killer. This man may take that moniker from her.
Jericho able to kick out.
Notice the back of Jericho when he rolled over that time. How many times he's landed on those shoulders in the back. It's red. Look at this. You can just see all the landings from all the punishment he's taken from Ricochet here.
Yeah, it all began with that Death Valley driver on the apron. Jericho driven down. Really feeding off the energy. This fantastic Vancouver crowd is Ricochet looking for vertigo, but Jericho is escapes to the code. Breaker by Jericho.
Slow to get over there.
But he made it. The cover.
Wow. Jericho is a man that opened the doors and broke down many walls for high-flying, athletic, professional wrestlers. Ricochet certainly has assumed that mantle. Can Jericho stay in this match?
We're deep into this match. They're still throwing some live rounds here, both men.
Well, Jericho firing up now.
Series of chops, backing Ricochet up to the corner. Jericho on the heavy leather, so to speak, on Ricochet, the former national champion. Jericho reverse to the corner. Monkey flip attempted.
Oh boy. With Ricochet's legs on the inside, only one attempted offense for Jericho here. Here it is.
Whoa! How about that? Great move, Chris.
Hurricane Rana from Jericho. Codebreaker attempted. Ricochet was ready for it. Counters. And Ricochet caught Jericho. A second time with a thrust kick. Now, Northern Light suplex. Ricochet floats over once again. Brings Jericho up, drives him down with a brain buster.
The strength, the former national champion.
Whether you like him or not, Ricochet is a tremendous pro wrestler.
And
Look at this.
Vertigo, center of the ring. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Jericho.
That face says it all.
Jericho kicks out, and Ricochet shocked to say the least, Nigel.
Ricochet has beaten a lot of people with vertigo. Perhaps a second attempt or no. Well, here we go. I've said it before, if Pac is the man that gravity forgot, Ricochet is the man gravity never met in the first place. Just watch this.
Up to the top rope, but Jericho to his feet, disrupting the balance.
Yep, gravity on that one too, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. Gravity remembered. Welcome to gravity, Ricochet.
Absolutely.
Oh, Ricochet gouging the eyes, and Jericho biting the nose as well. Jericho knocked backwards. Ricochet finds his feet on the top rope. And Ricochet shooting star press, but Jericho caught him with a code breaker!
I looked down at Jericho. He saw it the entire way. He knew it was coming, and he timed it perfectly.
Jericho covers. 2. No! Ricochet!
Oh. What does Jericho have left?
You are not going to find 2 better matches to begin a pay-per-view than what we've seen tonight, ever.
Look at this, Jericho waiting till the exact perfect moment. The jaw of his opponent colliding with the knee.
And Ricochet.
The neck, man, you see what? Holy smokes.
Ricochet obviously rattled by that one. Jericho needs to press the advantage. This is where that training and the preparation comes into play. We know Jericho, mentally as sharp as they come, physically, is he ready? He's got Ricochet lined up.
Here comes the walls.
Walls of Jericho. Center of the ring, Ricochet. In deep, deep water here tonight.
And Ricochet pushing up with all his might. And Jericho sitting down deep.
Jericho dragging him back towards center.
Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go.
Leona. Bishop Connie and distracting Afriana Edwards, and Total Leona just pulling not just Ricochet but Jericho as well to the ropes.
He is so strong, and the strongest man in the world, and he goes down.
Jericho, the dropkick sent Ricochet careening into his partner in the man, Total Leona. And now all 3 members on the outside is Jericho.
Boy, what is Chris going to do here?
Big risk.
You're not kidding. Oh, my!
Big reward.
Chris Jericho with a shrug saying, why the hell not?
Absolutely. Good call.
Leona charging in. Jericho right foot. Judas Effect just wiped out Bishop Khan.
Jericho was taking out all three members of the Demand. And with that, he may make one more demand of his own.
Leona came back and just ran Jericho over, and Aubrey Edwards didn't see a moment of it.
Runaway train is what that was.
Leona returns Jericho to the ring. The damage may have been done, but Ricochet.
Second attempt.
Shooting star press. 1, 2. No! And Jericho once again stunning Ricochet with the last second kick out. But how many more of those does Chris have left?
What's left in the arsenal? The spirit gun.
Yes, sir. You are right, Nigel.
Takes aim.
Ricochet, spirit
Whoa.
gun.
That wiped him out.
And totally on Bishop Khan. Ricochet was about to make the cover, but I think they're gesturing for one more, perhaps.
Wait a second.
Oh, no. A lion salt.
Oh, the ignominy.
1, 2, 3.
Beat him with his own move.
Ricochet!
Well, what?
He may have been, I think he could have beat him with a spirit gun, to be honest with you.
Well, when you're in demand, you can make demands. And if you don't follow demands, you get put down. Case in point.
Nigel, we talked about how Chris Jericho paved the way for athletes like Ricochet. Jericho flew so Ricochet could soar. Well, coming up next, a high-stakes one-on-one meeting. Darby Allin has designs on the AEW World Championship, but in order to get his shot, he has to go through Andrade El Idolo next.
I'm gonna hold that throttle until I see God or the AEW World Championship.
You know, Darby MJF has paid my family a lot of money.
He wants them to take out Darby Allin.
And he's asked me to come out here tonight and deliver you a message.
Why are we playing games with the Don Callis family?
If you can defeat his hand-picked member of the Don Callis family, Andrade, he'll grant you a title shot.
Why are you Don Callis' little bitch?
Andrade, he's frustrated. He wants to become AEW World Champion. He cares about that title more than he cares about MJF's money.
I have to beat Andrade. And on that ramp, Kenny, you told me you'll honor that stipulation as well.
The glass, the fire, the blood. What was it all for if I can't be world champion? What was it all for?
I need this.
The following contest is set for one fall. Introducing first, from Goldman Palacio de Rengo, Mexico, weighing 241 pounds, Andrade El Idolo.
Nigel, I said that Darby Allin has designs on the AEW World Championship, but I did not mean to give short shrift to this man, Andrade El Idolo, who since his return to AEW in 2026 alone, 6 wins in his last singles matches, including victories over Ring of Honor World Champion Bandito, former AEW World Champions Kenny Omega and Swerve Strickland. The only imperfection on Andrade's record in 2026 came in a loss to Hangman Adam Page at Grand Slam Australia.
There's no question Andrade is a main event talent. And as soon as he made his return here to AEW, immediately setting his sights on the AEW World title. However, it was his allegiance with Don Callis that has arguably put an obstacle to his aspirations. Callis taking some money and making no secret of it from the AEW World Champion MJF to slow any upward momentum toward that title by Andrade's opponent tonight.
Tony, I think a double benefit for MJF employing the Don Callis family. Not only can they target MJF's competition, but it also potentially could keep Andrade out of MJF's path.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of people vying for that world title, as we know, more than ever.
And his opponent from Seattle, Washington, weighing 175 pounds, Darby Allin.
I want to bring up this point that you were talking about. Don Callis has put money ahead of the desires of members of his own family. I think that's very apparent.
That's true.
Yeah.
You think there's something wrong with that when it comes to Don Callis?
No, it's nothing. Yeah, there's plenty wrong with it.
Think he kept all that money? You don't think Andrade got a big chunk?
I bet he didn't get a red cent.
Well, I think you're selling Andrade short if that's the case.
Well, we don't have pennies anymore, I don't think, so maybe he didn't get a dime.
Well, either way, the money was transferred, and all Andrade has to do here is to defeat Darby Allin, and one would certainly have to think it would not be long for Andrade to get his own title opportunity. You could certainly look at this as a #1 contendership match for the AEW World title.
That's a great point, and you have two of the greats. Take a look at what we've seen athlete-wise so far here tonight. Do we have remarkable athletes, remarkable wrestlers, or what here in AEW? Just individually, the men that have been in the ring so far tonight and what we got in the ring right now.
Where the best wrestle, it is not just a moniker. We live and breathe it.
Well, in order to be the best, you have to win the World Championship of All Elite Wrestling. And Darby Allin explained this past Wednesday that he just didn't want the championship. He needed it. He had to prove to himself that the strife, the turmoil that he's faced, going through blood, going through glass, going through fire, that it was all worth it. Unless he wins the AEW World Championship, it was all for naught.
I'm not so sure anyone in AEW has gone through as much as Darby Allin has gone through.
He's known as the Daredevil for his reckless style, which he said has convinced some people he didn't care. He actually says he cares too much. That fearlessness, somewhat of a facade. Deep down he is scared perhaps he can't win the big one, and he can't be the face of this company that he helped from the very beginning put on the mat. Wow.
Andrade slips underneath the collar and elbow tie up on Darby Allin, deposits his opponent on the top rope, mockingly deposits his opponent. Darby
with ease
baits in Andrade, swing and a miss twice by Andrade. Darby now takes a side headlock, widens the stance to bring the taller man down closer to the mat, Nigel.
Yep, certainly you're going to need to do that when you're giving up pounds and strength. Darby Allin, as I said, he's known for that careless style, if you will, but he's a smart man, a veteran as well. A lot of miles on his body.
A lot of people, Tony, have underestimated Darby Allin. They see how he looks, they see the tattoos, the face paint. They can't possibly imagine that he is a serious professional wrestler, but he has tremendous fundamentals when it comes to the sport of professional wrestling, in addition to the risks he's willing to take.
Hey, he's got a great amateur background. He was a wrestler in high school, and a fine one at that, in the Seattle area. And
Andrade, flying surfboard, La Tapatia, whatever you want to call it. He has Darby Allin in trouble here. Now wrenching back on the head of Darby.
Darby, who's spent plenty of time in the skateboarding world as well. You can certainly make an argument. He's probably had more injuries from skateboarding than he has from professional wrestling, which is saying something.
After what we've seen over the last six and a half years of Darby Allin and All Elite Wrestling, he has accumulated more than his fair share. And look at this, both men prepared for one another.
A moment of tranquilo, hanging out on the ropes, but wait a second.
Battering ram sends Andrade spilling to the floor.
I was getting ready to say Andrade is such a great veteran. He knows what he's doing. He didn't expect that, though, did he?
Certainly Darby Allin not taking it easy, driving his opponent. Look at this, through the middle rope and then following himself.
Nigel, that's one of the things that makes Darby so difficult to prepare for. It's his unorthodox style, the unconventional risks that he's willing to take his opponent. Oftentimes thinks there's no way this guy's crazy enough to do something like that.
Oh, he is. You look up crazy in the dictionary, you'll see a picture of that. But whoa, wait a second. Mamacita, there's another Mamacita who wants to jump into the DMs.
Andrade got Darby up in the vertical suplex.
Oh, he's going to try. Oh, look. Oh, the balance and the strength it takes to do that.
Oh, he's showing off for this young lady at ringside.
Just planting Darby on the top of the, well, first the ring post, now the turnbuckles, and just overhand strike sends Darby reeling back into the ring.
Maybe now Andrade has a little time for Mamacita at ringside. Oh, yeah. She likes what she sees. Got a kiss as well.
Somewhere Don Callis seething. Yeah, the family's coffers aren't being enlarged by this one, but
watch out!
Oh, Darby!
Darby just throws his body.
The back of the head of Andrade crashing
yes.
into the ringside barricade. Oh, yeah, just watch this. Watch the back, the head, bang. Ooh,
you're right.
Yeah. Darby, you've really got to check.
The coffin drop from Darby caught Andrade completely unawares, and now Darby sent Andrade over the barricade out to the floor here.
That's the hardest barricade too. That's the one with the video board on it.
Darby dragging Andrade up the steps here in the Rogers Arena in Vancouver.
I tell you what, I think Darby's letting his emotions carry him away here. He needs to win this match in the ring.
That's one way of looking at it. Wait a second, as I was about to say on the outside, I'd give Darby Allin the advantage.
No, look at
Darby dropkick on the steps.
That is incredible.
Again, Nigel, Andrade had to be thinking, there's no way Darby is crazy enough to launch a dropkick on those steps.
It was Darby, I think, that took the worst of it, to be honest with you. Because when he landed on that drop kick, he landed on those steel steps.
Those steel or cement? I think those are cement.
Maybe cement. Doesn't matter
at this point.
Right.
Just watch from a different angle.
See how Darby landed?
The spine of Darby Allin colliding with the steps.
Darby
somehow
dragging Andrade back to the ringside area. Now you see a big abrasion on that right above the right side hip of Darby Allin on the lower back. And that is courtesy of those steps. And Darby, understandably, taking a moment to collect himself. His elbow, it's an easy way to chip the bones in your elbow as well.
This is what Darby Allin says. He cares too much. He wants to show he will do whatever it takes to be the face of this champion, of this company.
Andrade
points to the heavens. The three amigos, will we see them all?
Andrade looking for the third. Oh, wait. Andrade looked over his shoulder into the corner. Darby, oh! The damage to the elbows, the lower back of Darby Allin, only to be exacerbated by that.
That was a good face of a great pro that knows what he's doing in the ring. Take a look.
Ring awareness. He knew exactly where the turnbuckles were and exactly how his opponent was going to fall if he suplexed him into them. But wait a second, more damage to come.
Andrade, knees, nobody home. Darby slips free. Now Darby over the top. Stunner on Andrade. You see Darby putting his hand on his lower left hip as well.
That red welt in the lower back of Darby Allin now pronounced. Who knows what damage has been done to the spine.
It's been a great night here in Vancouver. We've got a whole lot more. We're going to have a couple of great nights for you coming up in Seattle. Spring Breakthrough is coming up Wednesday live on TBS, and then the following night on TNT on a Thursday night. Special night. Boy, 2 great nights.
Back-to-back nights of action this week. Dynamite and Collision Spring Breakthrough, but Andrade not happy with the support Darby Allin's getting here. Andrade, the fireman's carry on Darby Allin.
Oh, Lord.
Trying to carry his opponent up the ropes.
All the way up. Darby Allin got to do this yet. Has to fight out.
Darby firing down with those elbow strikes to the side of the head of Andrade.
Andrade just trying to balance himself.
How do you say please don't die in Spanish?
Oh, my goodness! Darby Allin into the crossface!
How did he do that? How in God's name did he do that?
You're killing me right now. Moments away.
Darby wrenching back on the neck of Andrade, and Andrade forced to make a desperate crawl to get the boot on the rope to force the break.
Darby Allin getting every one of those 4 seconds before he's disqualified.
He talked.
Just watch this. Look at the head of Andrade. Boom! Landing straight into the mat and straight away.
And now,
oh my God!
Darby Allin throwing his body at Andrade El Idolo, and Andrade in turn smashing into our solid announce desk.
Well, if you want a highlight reel, just watch this. Bang! Wow. Again, 2 collisions for Darby Allin. One with his opponent, one to an inanimate object at ringside.
Back inside, boys.
And now Darby, with Andrade seated in the chair, a bite on the head.
Darby's got this maniacal look on his face.
This might be the reason why. Oh boy.
Darby to the top, the drop kick.
Well, announce table. One more strike away from demolition, but look at this. Andrade grabbing at the arm. Textbook Darby Allin, but what was not textbook was where Andrade ended up. Again, the back of his head had already collided with a barricade. A second time into the announce desk. And both men with AEW World Title aspirations are giving absolutely everything for that opportunity.
Oh, Darby, though, collapsing due to all the punishment, not only inflicted by his opponent, but on himself as well.
Andrade trying to roll to the outside for a little bit of respite. Is really hurt. Certainly that goes for Darby Allin now, who's stalking.
Yeah, he's stalking, but Darby dropped down to his knees that time, and I think it was out of fatigue, if nothing else. And if Andrade can get Darby Allin over to the floor, that may be the crowning blow here.
Oh, Andrade, though.
We're going to try to do it.
Reversing Darby, delayed. Double suplex. Both men go down, but Darby undoubtedly getting the worst of that exchange.
He certainly did, Excalibur, but you're right. Both men hit hard that time, as you can see.
2 words. Absolutely incredible physicality. The human body is not built to withstand that. We pray to the good Lord that Darby Allin's can.
That's way more than 2 words, but I understand what you're saying.
Oh, Aubrey Edwards now giving the 10 count to both athletes on the floor.
Up to 5, halfway there. No shame in Darby Allin not getting back into... Oh, wait a second.
Andrade the first to his feet, and he drags Darby.
Cover the man, that's got to be it.
Look, Darby's still trying to pull himself up. Look at this. It's almost, he was like dead weight getting him in.
But it's never say die with Darby Allin.
Yeah, he's still may have been run over by a truck at this point.
I mean, he's survived a New York City bus. He's got the words, nothing's ever over till you're underground, tattooed on his body. Those are the words he lives by. But it'll take more than words if Darby hopes to survive this. Andrade covers. 1, 2, 3. No!
Andrade got a head of steam hitting those other turnbuckles,
Darby
guys.
Allin was spitting up a little bit of blood there. Maybe some internal damage. I don't want to play doctor here. We've got the best medical staff in the world, but at some point here,
it just becomes more than even they can handle, Nigel.
we don't want to make Darby Allin make good on his promise.
Seen Andrade over the last few months. He's had some fun with the crowd, but he needs to stay focused.
I don't think he is. Tony Schiavone, put your dollar bills away.
Well, I would say this is a mistake, but Darby Allin ain't moving. So if there's any time that's a right
That young
time.
lady in the front row just passed out. Let's get some medical help over there. I've seen another one. They're dropping like flies at ringside.
Andrade El Idolo.
Someone get Tony Schiavone a drink. Watch out!
Darby attempted to avoid, but it couldn't. Yet able to beat the count.
I was going to say it's frustration on the face of Andrade, but it's not. He feels that it's only a matter of time here now.
I would do.
A devilish grin on the face of Andrade El Idolo. I think he can feel, oh yeah, Darby, that lip, I believe, is the source of the blood, Nigel. At least, thankfully for Darby, it's not internal bleeding that we know of.
Darby just fights for all he's worth. And Andrade's loving every bit of that.
Men paintbrushing one another.
Both men, you got to grit your teeth, keep your teeth together, or you can get knocked out with a palm strike. The rope, the only thing holding up Darby Allin at this point.
An open-handed strike into the jaw of Darby Allin.
Even the face of Aubrey Edwards, our referee, is like, what am I watching here? What am I calling? God, what a fight.
Darby slips behind. Scorpion death drop.
Again, the back of the head of Andrade.
The same place where he struck, or the back of the head was what struck the barricade earlier. Darby looking to capitalize. Coffin drop. Wow. 1, 2. No, Andrade.
It was a good move, but obviously didn't have the shoulders covered. Aubrey's very angry, but still the shoulder got up.
And it was very interesting, wasn't it? Andrade didn't get his shoulder up before a 3 count, but he did stop the official before she counted it. So I guess the match continues.
The match indeed continuing. Darby Allin, that coffin drop so successful for him in the past.
And now Andrade, oh, watch out. No.
Code red, no. Darby vaulted out. Andrade! One, two, three, no! Darby!
Darby Allin is, I don't know what else we can say about him.
But wait a second, back to live action. The DM attempted Darby Allin. Steps through on Darby. 1, 2, 3!
My God, he won it.
Here's your winner, Darby Allin!
Darby Allin pulling a victory from the jaws of defeat. And now, we know Darby Allin will have a shot at either MJF or Kenny Omega, whoever leaves our main event tonight in Vancouver as AEW World Champion.
And boy, did he earn it. This went beyond pro wrestling. Darby Allin showed us a glimpse of his soul.
And frustration etched on the face of Andrade El Idolo. Frustration mingled with surprise.
Yeah, but you know, Andrade wrestled a hell of a match. And he knows it. That's why he's frustrated. Going to hear a lot more from him.
Andrade undoubtedly thinking, what would I have to have done to Darby Allin to beat him?
Well, I think you got to knock him smack dab out. And I'm not so sure that'll even work. Whoa. How about this? How about that?
Andrade acknowledging that at least for tonight, Nigel, the better man won.
Indeed. Darby Allin looks to perhaps climb to the top of the mountain. He takes one step closer to it.
On paper, our next contest is a battle between two of the greatest tag teams of their respective generations for the AEW World Tag Team Championship. But it is about so much more than that. Cage and Copeland versus FTR next.
You put me on the shelf for 4 months. You've been under our roof. Our children go to school together. You want to throw that away? I realized that I needed to get my ass back and rectify the situation.
Cope and Cage are out for revenge.
Adam Copeland and Christian Cage are now trying to relive their glory days on the backs of FTR. Welcome. Join everybody else who tries to feed off of the FTR table.
Will Cope and Cage become the next tag team champions?
We are the tag team you pretend to be. How many times have you went your separate ways? Not us. We are the 11-time World Tag Team Champions for a reason. Something you've never done.
25 years ago, we changed tag team wrestling. The fact of the matter is, we were the best tag team of our generation. We're to prove we're the best of this generation.
Goal is to become the greatest champions of all time.
You think you know him?
Contest for fall is for the AEW World Tag Team Championship. Introducing the challengers first from Toronto, Ontario, weighing 241 pounds, the Rated R Superstar, Adam Cole.
The emotion at a high level. More than about titles, more than about legacy.
Adam Copeland recently told TV Insider the fact that FTR are our opponents definitely makes this a special night. You're seeing that with him, Nigel?
If you thought that was good, wait for this reaction.
Also from Toronto, Ontario,
TNT champion of all time, a former World Trios champion, and Father of the Year for the past 17 years in Sports Illustrated. I just made that up. But could tonight be the night that he adds the AEW World Tag Team titles to his repertoire?
Well, Christian Cage, Adam Copeland said it, one of the greatest tag teams, if not the greatest tag team of their generation. The last time these two men competed side by side, it was all out last year. And it was a night that Christian Cage and Adam Copeland defeated FTR. But this past Wednesday, the assault on the arm of Christian Cage now surrounding this match with question marks.
Being accompanied by Stokely from Asheville, North Carolina, at a combined weight of 443 pounds, they are the AEW World Tag Team Champions. Dax the Axe Harwood, Cash Wheeler, FTR.
This will be their 6th title defense. They are tremendous, but they are walking in the ring with, by God, take a look at this. Cope and Christian, one of the finest tag teams ever to step in the ring.
But statistically speaking, though, FTR, by the numbers, the greatest tag team in AEW history, not only tying the record of the Young Bucks with 3 reigns as AEW World Tag Team Champions, but the most wins of any duo to ever set foot inside an AEW ring.
81 wins. They've beaten an AEW record 64 different teams.
Well, I stepped in an AEW ring with FTR in May of last year, and I felt firsthand just how capable they are, how hard they hit, how synergistic they are as a tag team, and how ultimately they will do anything to get a victory.
And you see Stokely with that ill-gotten prize of his, the wristwatch of Christian Cage that he stole.
Yeah, he's a thief.
Wednesday during the attack on Christian Cage, injuring that left arm. Well, we assume injured. Nigel, that's typically what that level of tape means around the elbow.
There's no question the left arm of Christian Cage is hurt, and that is one of the reasons, I'm sure, why Adam Copeland wanted to start things off. That and his massive ego as well. Copeland's always had an inferiority complex when it comes to Christian Cage. We all know that. Ooh, wait a second.
Mighty.
Now things breaking down here in the early moments of this match. Just right hands being exchanged on both sides of the ring.
Certainly begs the question as this match continues. Can Christian Cage trust Adam Copeland when the going gets tough?
I think they proved it last year at All Out.
Wait a second, distracting the official. True veteran, Cope.
And now, Cope with Cash Wheeler against the ropes and across the spine. Cover made by Christian Cage amid this impromptu rendition of O Canada.
Oh, they are Patriot look here, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
They are filled with true Patriot love.
Of course, Copeland and Cage got out of Canada as soon as they could, moved down to Florida.
Oh, would you please stop with all this?
Oh, am I lying?
Toe kick to the midsection. Cash Wheeler sent Harmon to the ropes. Tony, we talked about the win at All Out of last year for Cope and Cage over FTR, but it was really
Get the fuck out of here.
about what happened after the match. The attack, the bad blood, the animosity because of FTR. They felt like Copeland took them for granted in Rated FTR, that they were living in the shadow of the Rated R superstar. And that's all well and good. You can argue about that. But what they did, attacking Copeland's wife, Beth, with the stuffed pile driver, I mean, that was beyond the pale.
Cope stepped back from AEW for a time because of that, had to rethink himself.
You know, I don't want to play devil's advocate, certainly, and I had plenty of issues with the way FTR was conducting business, but Beth certainly came into the ring and put herself in harm's way.
Wheeler, the DDT, the hanging DDT on Copeland, and his history of neck issues is no secret, Tony.
Yeah, and that's exactly, Excalibur, you know what they're going to focus on. He knew that. You know, he came into AEW, Christian Cage came into AEW, FTR arrived, and, you know, we often say, rightfully so, that this is where the best wrestle. Take a look at these two teams. Two of the greatest teams, maybe the two greatest teams of all time. You factor in the Young Bucks as well. I'm shocked. It's been just a magnificent lineup of great tag teams. Nothing like it.
Cash Wheeler trying the heel of his boot into the side of the head of Adam Copeland.
No one can overestimate the value of the addition. Guys like Adam Copeland and Christian Cage to the AEW roster. Star power. Oh, and how they've inspired the locker room to step up.
Copeland firing back the right hand, but a swift boot to the midsection by Dax Harwood, and again attacking the neck of Copeland.
Nice triangle mount from the back. Dax really making it difficult for Cope to take a breath. As Cage looking on stoically from the corner. We mentioned the tape earlier. Past week on Dynamite, FTR getting a huge advantage, but thus far haven't been able to really get any advantage because they've been focusing on Copeland.
It's all been Copeland thus far for the challengers. But we saw Christian Cage reaching out the right hand for the tag. It was FTR, though, that got the tag now. Cash Wheeler, nobody home.
He's close enough, he can make it. Oh, he was.
Rough landing for Cash Wheeler, but
there you go.
Stumbling to the corner, makes the tag out to Dax, and in comes Christian Cage across the ring, and Christian throwing the right hands.
No doubt some of the best right-handed blows, chops in the business. Why not step on the back of his neck?
Importantly, Nigel, it's Christian Cage using those right hands because it's that left elbow that's so heavily taped.
Yeah, he's still feeling it though. Oh, he's biting, forcing himself through the pain.
Driving his boots, or planting his boots in between the shoulder blades of both Dax and Cash, now digging his teeth into the head of Dax. FTR stacked up in the corner. And of course, this match, it was made personal for Adam Copeland when FTR laid their hands on Copeland's white belt, but it was made personal for Christian Cage, Tony, when he said they affected his bottom line, his pocketbook.
Of course.
Well, Cage made it personal when he did what he did to FTR's mother. You believe what he said?
Christian Cage. Low blow, the referee didn't see it. And Dax Harwood sent outside. Cash Wheeler charging in. Wheeler elevated over the top, and now Christian Cage.
He's not worried about a watch from Stokely. He's worried about the guys on the floor.
Christian Cage leapfrogging the ring post and throwing his body at FTR.
A big risk. Cage knows what's on the line, what's at stake in this match. AEW World Tag Team Championships, and if Cage can win this, yeah, he's a lot of money.
He's up in the wrong corner.
FTR, meeting of the minds, now rolled up by Christian Cage, and Dax able to kick out. Christian Cage looking for the kill switch on Dax Harwood, but Dax,
there he goes.
Broke free and chopped down on that left arm. Quick three-blow combination from Dax Harwood. Has Christian Cage on the mat.
Gentlemen, you may see the left of your screen there at the bottom that right now Cope is just
afraid. He's afraid to get in.
Oh, shut up. He's not. He's just pulling himself up right now. He's taking a lot of punishment.
Certainly has. FTR Really laid it in.
Dax Harwood maybe thinking a kill switch of his own, but Christian reverses the grab and the kill switch.
There you go, covering, there we go.
Cover made, leg is hooked, but Cash Wheeler intervenes.
Yeah, great job by Wheeler. Great timing, right place at the right time.
Oh, and straight away.
Get back to your corner. Stop.
Back to the damaged arm.
Left shoulder guillotine over the top rope, and then Christian Cage shoulder first into the ringside barricades.
Get some feeling yet into the left arm. Cage, whoa, he is suffering.
The elbow thrown to the top of the barricade by Cash Wheeler. Now Cash poised to wrap that left arm around the steel ring post. And Copeland, his frustration palpable across the ring.
Let's do it again.
Tell you what, this may be the deciding factor on this match. They stay on this. I don't know how much more that Christian Cage can take.
FTR, quick tags. Christian Cage isolated on the floor. And,
Got the Lord right away. Very little give.
How does it feel? How does it feel? We are the best.
second time into the desk. Now Christian Cage returns to the ring.
Dax with added motivation after what Christian Cage said he did to Dax's mother.
Cash going to work on that left arm of Christian Cage. Nigel, the more damage that's done to that left arm of Christian Cage, obviously it affects him in a number of ways, but my mind immediately goes to the efficacy of the kill switch. Would Christian Cage have enough force, were he to land it at some point with the damage done to that arm?
Yeah, certainly a factor, whether he can even keep hold of both arms of his opponent to complete the finishing maneuver. But of course, Cage still has the spear, the move that he taught Adam Copeland early in his career.
If he taught him it, Copeland perfected it.
One way of looking at it.
Copeland, you see him on the corner, Tony, very animated.
Yeah, he's ready to go. He's back into this. Sometimes hatred, anger can drive you, sometimes drive you the wrong way, but the question is, can Christian get over there to make that tag? And I'm not so sure he can.
Cash
an opportunity to do just that now.
Cash is looking for the pile driver, but Dax.
Great move by
Dax. Putting his body in between the tag. With a potential tag now, cover made. Deep hook. Christian had to work for that kick out.
Nobody singing "Oh Canada" right now. FTR have sucked the wind out of everybody here in Vancouver.
Backing Christian into the corner. FTR.
Wouldn't surprise me if they start singing the Star Spangled Banner. FTR retain the titles tonight.
Yeah,
that's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen, you ding dong.
Oh, say.
Oh, say, why don't you shut up?
See. And for the big superplex, but Cage got it scouted.
Boot into the face of Cash and the teeth into the head of Dax once again. Harwood back down, and Christian the diving headbutt.
How about that for going all out? Throwing everything at your opponent.
It wouldn't have helped the arm of Cage. The headbutt landed, but so did the arms. And Cage taking a breath to trying to find his surroundings. As Copeland is eagerly, desperately looking for the tag.
Christian rouses, makes the crawl. Dax grabs the boot of Christian Cage, preventing the tag.
Fingertips away.
So close, but now Christian gouging the eyes. And tag made. Eventually, Adam Copeland legal. And the Rated R superstar tagging the fight. with former friends, his former proteges. FTR, Manhattan drop. Hammer throw, reversed by Dax, swing. Cash Wheeler sent to the floor. Dax into the top rope, and now, Copeland throw first on that middle rope. Dax, I believe, was looking for a pile driver, but the Impaler was found by Copeland. 2, no! Dax able to kick out.
Neat hook of the leg from Copeland. Takes a respite now. Back in the driver's seat. But as Stoke looks on with a very concerned face, Christian Cage no way close to 100%. Didn't start the match close to 100%. Adam Copeland may have to do this all on his own. Oh, wait a second.
Copeland gesturing at Christian Cage. Across the ring. What is...
I think they're going to steal a little move out of the playbook.
Imitation, the greatest form of flattery.
There it is.
The power and the... No!
In the knees. In the knees.
He's on both sides.
Yes, sir, man. That's great.
All power, no glory.
Yeah, unfortunately, that shot of that person was not great. Stokely.
Dax Harwood sending Christian over the top. FTR, friendly fire. Now, Copeland sweeps out the leg. And Copeland.
Oh, wow. Version of the Clover hitch.
You see that heavy brace on the knee of Dax Harwood. Just like how FTR know to attack the neck of Adam Copeland.
Dax close to tapping. Very close.
Copeland's got the grips on the boot.
Now he switches over the... Crossface is cinched in tight. Cash Wheeler.
And in comes Christian Cage. Oh, wait. Double submission. But it's Dax the Axe, the legal man who can tap.
The right hand of Dax Harwood is wavering. Oh, but Cash Wheeler biting the arm. And throwing Christian on to break up the submission hold.
A creative way to break up the submission. As here we are, still the decision hanging in the balance. Cage and Cope, FTR, the AEW World Tag Team titles on the line.
I don't know what Cash Wheeler, he's getting the belt.
Cash Wheeler, and he's trying to use his body to prevent referee Paul Turner from seeing it. Turner has caught Cash Wheeler trying to bring the title belt into the match, but so has Christian Cage. Christian, a tug of war as Wade Copeland.
Got him, got him.
2, and no! Right between the eyes!
Cover the man!
No, not like this, too! No! Copeland! Still with the wherewithal! He beat the count. Nigel, undoubtedly by instinct alone.
Yeah, absolutely. Belt right to the top of the head.
And it cut him.
Wait a second.
It cut him, too.
FTR moving forward.
Chatter machine, no. Instead, Copeland, bloodied, bails out Christian, and now...
There it is! Cover him! Cover him!
1, 2, no! The blood flowing freely from the wound by the rated R superstar.
Just look at that, right to the front, and immediately blood starting to form the brow that now...
Pouring blood down the face of Adam Copeland.
The proverbial red badge of courage. Wait a second.
Stokely grabbed the boot. Swept Christian Cage.
The official didn't see it.
No, but Cope saw it. Cope saw it.
It's
Stoke running for his life.
Stokely. Oh, wait a second. Shatter machine.
Stokely got it done.
1, 2. Christian threw Stokely into the ring, and Stokely
broke it up.
Inadvertently broke up the pinning predicament.
That was tremendous.
That's using your head.
I've never seen anything like that in my life, and we've seen a lot.
Dax thinks that it's broken up on purpose.
FTR may have had Cope and Christian beaten there. Wait a second. Still, I think he's trying to pin this on Paul Turner, but...
Whoa, Paul's in it. Too close to Cash Wheeler.
A pile driver.
Oh, that's it.
On Copeland. Dax Harwood, the legal man, but at this point.
An unsightly.
God, he's bleeding. Holy
garish. Crimson mask.
Yeah, Paul Turner's making sure, man, that he can continue. And looked at our...
wait a second, Cash. First it was the belt, now grabbing the steel chair.
Well, wait a second.
Christian Cage takes the chair. And Stokely.
He hit his hand, hit his arm.
Christian Cage thrown over the timekeeper's table. But yes, Tony, you had the right of it. His arm was the thing that hit the steel ring post.
You can cut the tension now with that proverbial knife.
Christian down over the timekeeper's table. FTR. 2-on-1 advantage on Adam Copeland. And Copeland
just draining blood by himself, looking around. Fans encouraging him on. Look at there, they're stalking him. And he's fighting back.
A wild fury in the eyes of Cope, and a wild fury in the fists of the Rated R superstar.
All three men exhausted. Oof.
Oh boy, that changed directions of everything, didn't it?
Errant right hand catching Dax on the bridge of the nose.
Oh man.
Oh, super kicks mocking the Young Bucks. And again, after FTR retained the titles against the Young Bucks at Revolution, oh, they're really laying it in thick.
Look at this. Now they're going to really mock the Bucks.
FTR trigger. Oh!
Cope will not stay down. He will not stay down, Nigel.
He won't stay down, and nor will the thousands of fans here in Vancouver. They are on their feet. They can taste it. They can touch it. Are we moments away from an AEW World Tag Team title change?
This is absolutely tremendous. The things these athletes put themselves through.
Copeland doggedly, determinedly forcing himself back to his feet. Stoke trying to will on Cash Wheeler.
Copeland, vertical. And the spear, no, Cash ready for it.
There it is.
Shatter Machine!
That's it, guys.
1, 2, 3.
Still AEW World Tag Team Champions, FTR.
What an incredible match. Cage and Cope gave absolutely everything, but it was not enough. There is a reason the FTR are the AEW World Tag Team Champions. The lengths they're willing to go to. Look at this.
Christian Cage, here's the music, tangled in the cables there over on the other side of the cable. Now the realization setting in. FTR. A successful defense of the AEW World Tag Team Championship.
them as much as you want. Most people do, but FTR undoubtedly prove them themselves the top tag team in the world today.
There's no one I hate more. Well, the devil too.
Wait a second. The medical staff is in the ring attending to Adam Copeland, but Christian Cage, the chair in hand, but the damage, once again, seems to have already been done by Dax and Cash, FTR. The third reign of FTR as AEW World Tag Team Champions continues in a tough loss for Cope and Cage here in their home country of Canada. But fans, let's take you back to earlier this evening, the Dynasty 0 Hour. We saw the unexpected return of Camille. Willow Nightingale seemed to be on the verge of putting out yet another open challenge for the TBS Championship, but Camille had no interest in waiting to tangle with Willow Nightingale inside the ring. She attacked Willow. Willow was medically ruled out of action here tonight, but Camille made a successful return on the Dynasty 0 Hour.
I'm that, baby.
Camille, if you wanted a title shot, if you wanted to fight, all you had to do was ask. Because so many other girls have already learned, if you want to make a comeback at my expense, it's not as easy as just blindsiding me. I will kill your comeback before it even gets out of the cradle. I may not be 100%, but I will be clear and Everett. So if you want to hop on the welcome wagon, Miss American Gladiator, I'll see you at Spring Breakthrough.
Well, Tony Khan has made it official for this special two-night event. This Wednesday, live 8/7 Central on TBS and HBO Max. Willow Nightingale puts the TBS Championship on the line against the returning Camille. But from the TBS Championship to the TNT Championship, Kyle Fletcher was forced to vacate the title. The new champion will be determined in the Casino Gauntlet match. It can end at any time, which is why Tommaso Ciampa and Rush at the #1 and 2 spots are so crucial.
The world works in mysterious ways.
Kyle Fletcher is injured.
Kyle Fletcher's loss. The Psycho Killers win.
The TNT Championship will be decided in a Casino Gauntlet match at Dynasty.
The #1 and #2 spots are so important because it's a match that can end at any time.
If you draw a late number, no guarantee you're going to get out there.
You never face somebody like me, El Toro Blanco.
Rush finds himself one step closer.
When you mess with the bulls, you get the horror.
He will have to contend with the Psycho Killer at #1, Tommaso Ciampa.
Sylvie, it's time to come home.
This is the Casino Gauntlet match for the vacant TNT Championship. Two competitors will start the match. A new competitor will enter at random intervals. The match can end at any point via pinfall or submission. The winner will be declared the new TNT Champion.
My shadow knows my story.
Introducing the first entrant from Boston, Massachusetts, weighing 218 pounds, the Psycho Killer, Tommaso Ciampa.
as the former TNT champion heads to the ring in the #1 spot. This Casino Gauntlet match with Zach McGinnis tagging out the American Dragon. Bryan Danielson tagging in. We know that we are just a few minutes away from seeing a new TNT champion crowned.
Yeah, it's been a great show so far, and I'm excited for this match. It'll be interesting to see who shows up in this TNT Championship match.
Love the format. I love the fact that a match can end before you can even get a chance to get in the ring if you're waiting in the backstage area.
You love it, but the guys on the outside hate it.
I know they do.
From Jalisco, Mexico, weighing 226 pounds, El Puro Blanco.
Tommaso Ciampa earned his #1 spot by defeating Mascara Dorada this past Wednesday night on Collision, then less than 24 hours ago. Roosh defeating Anthony Bowens to claim the #2 spot, and we heard Justin Roberts go over the rules. The thing that makes this match so tough, Brian, is that you don't know how many competitors are going to enter the fray, and you don't know when they're coming. The unpredictability is one of the biggest factors into why it's important to end this match early.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important for both Ciampa and for Roosh to have won these qualifier matches so they can be 1 and 2. So that, hey, if Roosh can come in here or Ciampa can come in here and get a roll-up in 30 seconds, more power to him.
Easier said than done with two heavy hitters like these, Tony.
Yeah, it is. And then you think about the fact that once, let's say the match continues now, random intervals, someone else comes in, you got to stay in the ring. You've got to break up any potential pinning combination that someone else may have.
I'm going to be honest, guys. I was stoked when I saw Ciampa was #1 and Roosh was #2.
Yes, sir, man.
These are two hard hitters right here.
Both men love intimidation, but neither man will be intimidated, and that's one of the great things about this startup match.
Yeah, and Ciampa, he won the TNT Championship in his first AEW match, but his title reign was cut brutally short when he lost it after 11 days to Kyle Fletcher. He's obviously got a lot of personal motivation coming into this match.
He even named the belt. He called it Sylvie while he had it.
And he felt like that title was a new part, a new member of his family. Right now, Roosh and Ciampa teeing off. Heavy shots being exchanged. Excuse me, Brian. Are you surprised we have not seen a pinfall attempt or a submission attempt thus far in this match? These two men, a relatively slow start.
I'm not surprised from Roosh's perspective. He loves to just batter away at people, but I'm a little surprised by Ciampa. He's a little bit more tactical. Surprised he hasn't gone for some sort of roll-up or get some sort of, rather than just going into this strike exchange with Roosh. I mean, I wrestled Roosh one time, and I felt it for months after.
I think what has happened here, Brian, is that what Roosh has done is lured Tommaso into doing the same.
Ciampa grabbed the back, the trunks of Roosh, preventing him from hitting the ropes. Now Ciampa on the move. Roosh a step quicker. Oh, hand chop. Right between the pectoral muscles. And elbow strike. Roosh changing levels. Caught Ciampa with that one.
Yeah, that was right between the ears, in the jaw.
Now Roosh driving Ciampa down in the corner. Could be poised to unleash the horns.
Ciampa needs to move.
Tommaso Ciampa. No, Roosh pulls up short. Kick to the jaw. And Roosh, no sense of urgency here.
This is surprising, Excalibur. You're right.
Not just surprising, I think it's also a mistake.
Ciampa comes in, high boot, catches Roosh in the jaw. Now Ciampa stomping down El Toro Blanco in the corner.
We are witnessing two of literally the toughest men in AEW. I mean, these two guys are as tough and rugged as they come.
Ciampa, running knee strike. Remember, this match will wait. There's the clock.
There you go.
Introducing next, the Ring of Honor World Champion, Bandito!
Bandito, not only the current Ring of Honor World Champion, but the former AEW World Tag Team Champion. A man that has crossed paths many times with Rush, and now a man. Whoa! He's moving with urgency. He's moving with purpose. The thrust kick.
Bandito's got it going, guys. Watch out!
Bandito takes flight.
Bandito's fired up. He's got one on the outside. He's got one on the inside. Hell, they can win it right now.
Lunging in with the thrust kick on Rush.
And they're chanting his name.
Bandito with Rush in his sights. Cannonball, page out of Brody King's book.
All right, now Bandito said, okay, let's try to get a win here.
Bandito bring Rush out of the corner. Quickly springs to the top. Bandito.
This could be the moment, Brian. This could be it right now.
Splash. Bandito. 1, 2, no. Ciampa intervenes.
I thought he had Ciampa isolated. I didn't think Ciampa could make it back in time.
Great strategy, though, by Bandito, coming in, going for big moves, going for pins.
Well,
the kick to the knee disrupted the balance of Tommaso Ciampa and put him in place, potentially for a 21 plex, but no, Rush elbow strike.
Yeah, that time Tommaso had dropped the knee pad. The exposed knee is how he won the TNT Championship.
Bandito hard into the barricade by Rush, and now Rush.
Yeah. Why not?
And Rush just so dangerous on the floor. But to win this match, he's got to get Bandito into the ring. Rush has held titles all over the world, including the Ring of Honor World title that Bandito holds right now. He's run 3 different CMLL World Championships, but Rush has yet to win a title here in AEW.
TNT Championship could be his first, but as this match progresses, as the ring fills up with opponents, that number 1 or the number 2 advantage for Rush, Tony, starts to slip away.
Yeah, it does, but here's one thing that has to happen. If you are Tommaso Ciampa, you got to get in the ring. The match could end with you on the outside. What we got now? All right.
Entering the match,
Yet another great Canadian competitor.
A man who less than 24 hours ago was defeated, lost AEW World Trios Championship. Could be on the rebound. Oh no! Speedball takes out Rush on the floor.
A little bit of a misdirection there. I thought he was going for Ciampa in the ring.
Speedball is prepared for Ciampa.
Not only that Excalibur, but I think the fatigue factor's got to hit guys who've been in the ring the longest.
Missile drop kick.
The Speedball is fresh, and you can see it.
And Speedball, quick kick to the midsection, axe kick between the shoulder blades.
Oh, wow.
A round kick. Bailey.
Such great kicks by Speedball Mike Bailey.
Shooting star press.
There you go.
1, 2. Tommaso Ciampa able to kick out.
Watch out from behind. Boom.
Rush. As dangerous as Rush is with his hands, Speedball Mike Bailey maybe more so with his feet through that Taekwondo background, Brian.
Yeah, I agree, but if I were Speedball, I wouldn't go chop for chop with him. I'd start kicking.
Absolutely, that's a great call, Brian. I would too. We got another countdown going on, I do believe. Uh-oh.
Oh, Rush just leveled Bailey with that elbow strike.
And
It has not been a great night thus far for the Don Callis family. Can this man change things up? El Clone, the mysterious luchador. Oh, wait a second, Roosh charging up the ramp, and Clone was prepared, and he just took Roosh down on the ramp. And took Ciampa down on the outside as well. El Clone, Brian, so unpredictable. His unorthodox style, his creativity is just nightmares for opponents.
Very difficult to prepare for because he moves so differently from everybody else. I mean, look at that. Cartwheeling around Bandito into what's this?
Double underhook. But Bandito able to find his feet. Wow. Sweep. Kick to the jaw. And now Clone steps over. Picks up Bandito. The knee strike.
Well, Clone just wearing Bandito out here.
Sent into the ropes. A backbreaker from El Clone.
Hell, he can win it now.
Now cover made. 2. Oh, close.
Wow. I don't know who else is planning to get into this. That's one of the great things about it, but they almost ended it right there.
Now the clock counting down these unpredictable intervals. Can't set your watch by it.
He is the Bastard Pack.
The Bastard Pack, Brian, has every tool he needs to claim the TNT Championship here tonight.
Absolutely, and one of the most dangerous professional wrestlers here in AEW. I mean, look at him, he's terrifying. And coming in relatively late in this match, when some of the other competitors are worn down.
Pack coming in the high boot, the side step, German suplex on El Clone.
Everything Pac does with such force, such power. Look at this!
Bailey, the belly-to-belly suplex, or belly-to-Bailey suplex, should I say, sent him in crashing to the corner.
It is really hard to predict in a match like this who is going to win, but I got to think Pac's got to be one of the favorites for a number of reasons. Brought up the fact that he's fresh, right?
Well, he's fresh right now, but we don't know how long this match could go, Tony. We could be here all night trying to crown a new TNT champion.
Whoa! It was a black arrow from the inside out. What body control Pac has. You're looking at one of the most decorated wrestlers in AEW. He could add another title to his lot right now.
I'm actually shocked we saw that from Pac. He's really taken to a more mat-based style since he's come back from injury.
Now Pac taking a look at Speedball Mike Bailey, then a look over his shoulder at the floor.
If I were Pac, I'd press the action right now.
Bandito into the fray.
All right, I don't know if anybody's going to work together or not, but it's got to be every man for himself. Title's on the line here.
Pac put into the jaw of Bailey. Knee from Bandito. Bandito coming off. Pac steps around, cross kick.
Wow.
Catches Bandito. Pac on the move. Bailey. Step around. Step up. Work on Rana. Bandito one of his own. Kick intercepted. That one wasn't. It was intercepted by the jaw of Bandito. Bailey and Bandito working together to stun the Bastard.
Right on the jaw, Brian. Both feet. Wow.
Beautiful kicks by both men.
Uh-oh. Another member of the Death Riders.
Daniel Garcia.
A former TNT champion, Daniel Garcia, could be looking to reclaim what was once his as Garcia over the barricade.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing. He got to the ring quickly because you got to.
Now underneath Bandito, backslide, high stack on the cover. Lost control of Bandito, but now has control of the waistlock. O'Connor roll, 2, and Bandito kicks out. Garcia rolls up Ciampa. Garcia A second time rolls up Ciampa. He's the man that has been moving with the most urgency thus far, Brian.
Yeah, I love Garcia's strategy here. And just think, when he was TNT champion, just think of how many people he pinned with that jackknife pin.
Wasting a little bit time there. El Clone takes advantage. Clone with Garcia, elevated Garcia inside cradle. No, Clone shifts and both men going for it. And the legs are intertwined. Neither man can flatten their opponent's shoulders. Well, Garcia does and almost took it.
Let's not forget, this is not an elimination-type battle royal at all. Every man is still in this match.
It's not a battle royal. It's a gauntlet match.
Right.
It's first pinfall or submission crowns the next TNT champion.
Garcia and Pac working together here.
Not surprising from the two Death Riders in this match. Pac kicks to the body, to the jaw, and a Saito suplex. Daniel Garcia.
We got 7 men in this match already. 7. Let's see who else.
The ring will continue to fill.
Anthony Bowens.
Well, you know what? He didn't win his match last night. There's got another shot here.
It was not a dream denied, perhaps just a dream delayed for Anthony Bowens. He wanted to enter at the number 2 spot, but coming in at number 8 tonight, Bowens avoids the shot from Bandito, leaps up and over. Now takes the side headlock, Bowens. Off the ropes, hurdles. Bandito kick to the midsection. And over the top with the famouser. Bowens celebrates with El Clone into the match, and into the ring. Bowens hoists up and drives him down face first.
Gentlemen, this match is great. One of these men going to be crowned the TNT champ. It could be anybody. Obviously. I would think you got to stay in the ring, right?
Bailey had the kick caught, and Bowens. Quick succession of attacks on the knees of Speedball Mike Bailey. Now the Bastard Pac and Anthony Bowens locking eyes.
Yeah, Bowens had a great match versus Mox a couple of weeks ago. He really pushed the Continental Champion to the limit in that Eliminator match, so you know he won't back down from Pac, and he's not.
Bowens, he's been trying to prove that he has the killer instinct that would make him a good fit for the Ops. You know, he and Hook have had some conversations as of late. Bowens, could the TNT Championship be what it would take?
Smokes.
The DDT, the cover, and now Ciampa there to break it up.
Ciampa saved it that time, Brian. Saved it.
Tony, you talked about needing to be in the ring to win this match, and I do think that that's important. But for people like Ciampa and Rush, who have been in this match from the very beginning, I think it's actually smart sometimes to take a rest out on the floor. You see Ciampa, he's bleeding from his forehead.
Right.
But that allows you to survey what's happening inside the ring and break up pins just like we saw right now.
That's a great point.
Kevin Knight.
Like Speedball Mike Bailey, the Jet Kevin Knight, 1/3 of the former AEW World Trios champions, has a big opportunity here. Avoided Rush and clipped Ciampa on the charge down the ramp.
Interesting.
But Rush came back with that elbow strike.
We've got 2 teammates, 2 teams basically in here. Jet Speed and members of the Death Riders.
Knight elevates up and over, and triangle moonsault from Speedball Mike Bailey.
Don't look now, but there are Death Riders somewhere hovering. Look in the ring.
Yeah, here are 2 great teams, but only one person can win this match.
That's exactly right.
Shoving match turns into strikes. Wild flurry of blows on both sides. You get the midsection from Garcia and Pac. Reversals, though, by Knight and Bailey. Death Riders sent out to the floor. And jet speed soaring over Vancouver.
Nobody in the ring right now.
Nobody in the ring, but the partners.
Well, they're eyeing each other.
Locked eyes from across the ring, and they realize it might come down to themselves to determine who leads with the TNT Championship tonight.
Why not? Oh, Daniel Garcia spoiled all that.
Swept out the leg of Kevin Knight, takes Bailey off the apron, and now Anthony Bowens. Combination now covered. Leg is hooked by Bowens.
Roosh picking up where he left off last night, hammering Anthony Bowens.
Roosh has just been brutal in this match.
He has.
Anytime he gets the opportunity, when somebody new comes out, you see him rushing up the ramp, trying to attack him before they can even get in the ring. And he's been in this from the very beginning.
And it goes back to that point you brought up, Brian, the fact you can stay on the outside, break up a pin, maybe take a respite on the outside.
Roosh delivered the horns to Bowens last night and did so again, but the diving sock, Ciampa! Oh, Ciampa! Drives down Clone, makes the cover. 1, 2, no, Bandito! 21
Oh, I love it! Oh, we got another countdown!
Which one is next?
Oh, my.
3 Death Riders in this match to determine a TNT champion. Before long, we could see a 4th in Claudio Castagnoli.
Yes, sir.
If this match does not end quickly. Yuta, Torre Suicida, across the ring, wipes out Bowens with Speedball Mike Bailey.
Here he goes.
Building up momentum. Takes out Yuta. Opposite side of the ring, but the other 2 Death Riders in this match swarming Bailey.
Got 10 men fighting it out right now. 3 of them are on one team, 2 on the other, but forget about teammates. Right now, Excalibur, watch out!
Bandito going over the top and wiped out the pile on the floor.
Fans stand and cheer for that. Remember, 1 man will be crowned the new TNT champ.
And the match, the pinfall or submission has to happen inside the ring.
Right.
As Tommaso Ciampa and Kevin Knight up on the ropes.
Jockeying for position.
Ciampa's going to try to suplex him on the floor.
Oh, no, 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 no. And amid all of that, Pac returning Speedball Mike Bailey to the ring.
Pac didn't get hit at all.
Right, that's a great call.
And he threw Speedball right into the ring.
Pac to the top. Could be moments away from claiming the TNT Championship. Blast! Arrow! 1, 2, no! Ciampa! Ciampa now covers. As Wheeler Yuta bailed out Pac, keeping the Death Riders' hopes alive of claiming the TNT Championship.
That's right, 3 Death Riders still in it.
Daniel Garcia, the Dragon Tamer.
Daniel Garcia thinks he's got it.
With Speedball Mike Bailey making the army crawl to the ropes, Garcia drags him back towards center. And Garcia,
and he's bleeding from the nose.
Garcia wrenching back. Speedball in trouble here, about to tap. No! With the UFO splash! 1, 2, 3!
Kevin Knight!
The winner of this match, and TNT champion, Kevin Knight!
Jet!
What a 24 hours for Kevin Knight, from the lowest of lows to the highest of highs, now claiming the TNT Championship for the very first time.
It goes back to, Brian, what we were talking about. In a match like this, anybody can win it. I don't know if we overlook Kevin Knight or not. But how about the young man in his big win?
Yeah, huge win for Kevin Knight. I think that goes to show in matches like that, in this, submissions aren't necessarily optimal. I mean, Garcia had that submission sunk in, but Kevin Knight was able to go up, hit that splash, and now he is the TNT champion.
But importantly, he did so while his tag team partner, Speedball Mike Bailey, was locked in that submission by Garcia. Remains to be seen how that will affect the relationship between those two men. But congratulations to the Jet, Kevin Knight. And now we turn our attention to the AEW Women's World Championship. Jamie Hayter, the former champion, wants nothing more than revenge on the Toxic Spider, the AEW Women's World Champion, Tekla. Tekla just leveled Jamie Hayter.
When I arrived in AEW, the first woman I took out was you. The kingdom has changed since you ruled. The only reason you touched this is because I wasn't here. But now that I'm here, you're never gonna touch this again. Tekla, someone so small, you have an awfully big mouth. A mouth you run like nobody can handle. But you kept on coming back.
She's got those brass knuckles. Tekla just got dropped.
So now I'm done playing games. I am done having a good time. I've beaten you once, and I'll do it again. The Dynasty, you're going to be the dumbest bitch dead.
Your turn, mate.
Jamie Hayter's tag team partner, Alex Windsor, was successful against Marina Shafir. Earlier tonight, the Dynasty's 0 hour. Can the Brawling Birds make it 2 for 2 here tonight? Can Jamie Hayter become a two-time AEW Women's World Champion? We are on the verge of finding out. But Brian, this is one of the matches tonight that are about much more than just championships.
Absolutely. I mean, Tekla, when she debuted in AEW, the first thing she did is she came down and elbowed Jamie Hayter in a way that Jamie Hayter had to take 45 days off from in-ring competition. There's a lot of, and there's been even more heat between those two since that time.
Tony, when Jamie Hayter held the AEW Women's World Championship for the first time, she was a great champion, a great representative of this company. Tekla, though, seems to go about her business in a much different way than Jamie Hayter.
There's no one in the women's division more bizarre and as successful as this young lady right here. Since she arrived from Stardom, she has made a great impact on the women's division and now is on top.
And her opponent, from Vienna, Austria, she is the AEW Women's World Champion, the Toxic
Triangle Madness, Julia Hart, and Sky Blue, the Toxic Spider Tekla, arrived from the promotion Stardom in Japan, Tony. I think it's an important distinction to point out. Because Tekla was fired from that promotion for attacking the president of the company, physically attacking the president of Stardom.
Yeah, listen, she's a freak. She is. She's a freaky woman who knows how to wrestle. Jamie Hayter is standing in the corner. There you see Hayter, not letting all this bother her at all. She's pointing something out to the referee. I don't know what that is.
I think Jamie Hayter's ready to start this match, to ring the bell.
But to your point, Excalibur, when you talk about Tekla attacking the Stardom president, Tekla's just so great at creating chaos, and that's what makes it so hard to pin her down. You know, she has no problem breaking the rules. She beat Mina with brass knuckles. She beat Statlander with help from the Sisters of Sin.
Very much an agent of chaos, Brian, and somebody that when confusion, when chaos reigns, Tekla is prepared to take advantage, and she has done exactly that during her quick ascent to the top of the women's division in All Elite Wrestling.
For Jamie Hayter, only 2 other women have won the women's world title multiple times, and that's Toni Storm and Hikaru Shida. If Jamie Hayter can win it, she'll be the 3rd to do so. Let's not forget that she suffered an injury that sidelined her for 15 months after she lost the world title back in 2023.
It was a lengthy layoff due to injury for Jamie Hayter. That's with 15 months on the shelf, Brian. Anytime that you have a layoff due to injury, it's heartbreaking to you, because you wonder, is the sands in the hourglass of my career, are they running out faster than I would like? And wait a second, Hayter now, the high boot and the right hands. Tekla didn't even look like she was defending herself for a moment, as Hayter applying pressure to the Toxic Spider, swinging a miss. And the spear from Tekla. A very fast start to this match as Tekla now rolls through. Has Hayter all tied up. Jamie Hayter. A desperate struggle by Jamie Hayter to make it to the bottom rope to force the break from referee Stephon Smith.
Tekla holding on as long as she could until Stephon Smith called for the break.
But Brian, I was going to say, that 15-month layoff is, I mean, that could be why Jamie Hayter feels that 45-day layoff that Tekla imposed on her after that attack, feels it so keenly.
Yeah, and I mean, especially after she had won the Women's World Championship, she was on top of the world, and I've been there. You get hurt, you don't know when you're going to be able to come back, you don't know if you'll ever be the same.
As Tekla, now with Jamie Hayter against the barricade, raining down right hands on the challenger.
Right now, Jamie Hayter has no defense at all, just flailing arms, cannot cover up. Oh, she got a double axe handle in there.
Hayter waited for Tekla to turn her attention away from the challenger. Now Jamie Hayter raining down rights. Tekla, bit dazed. You saw how her head was drooping, Tony.
Absolutely. And now Jamie turns her attention away. I think Jamie's got, there you go. I got to get right back to the punishment, right back to the offense, Brian. Stay with it.
That's smart. You know, between these two women, I think most would say Jamie Hayter has the power advantage here, just has such tremendous strikes. If I were Tekla, I wouldn't want to go toe-to-toe with punches.
The thing about Tekla, though, is her legs are so powerful. She can generate so much speed and force in a relatively small distance. That's what makes her spear so devastating. Jamie Hayter, snap suplex, now cover, 1-2.
Oh. And to your point, Excalibur, when she took Jamie Hayter out for those 45 days, it was just with an elbow smash. I mean, she generates a lot of power, and especially for her size, both with her kicks, with her elbows.
Hayter, the near leg is hooked. Tekla able to kick out. And Brian, we talk about sometimes, not sometimes, most of the time, the most devastating shots, the shots that can really put the lights out, are the ones you don't see coming. Tekla had that advantage on Jamie Hayter when she dropped her with that elbow strike.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of the things Tekla does best. She attacks her opponents from so many unique angles. She has exceptional movement. to get into those positions. So anything Jamie Hayter can do to limit Tekla's mobility, I think would be really beneficial. I wouldn't be opposed if I were Jamie Hayter to go after Tekla's legs, to just limit some of those unique angles that Tekla attacks from.
Well, this fight on the outside is not going to help Jamie Hayter at all. A count out, obviously. Tekla retains the championship. And it looked like Jamie was kind of reluctant to go outside anyway.
I don't know. I mean, she is part of a tag team called the Brawling Birds. She does love to brawl.
Vertical suplex to Jamie Hayter, showing her power, walking up the ramp with the champion. Tekla down to her feet, but Hayter. Pair of shots, and now Hayter.
Here we go.
Oh no, Tekla again trying to fight this off. This dangerous territory for both champion and challenger alike.
Yeah, I'm worried about the count here.
Oh no, Tekla a third time to her feet, ducks underneath Hayter. And Tekla kick to the midsection. Now, Tekla DDT on the top of the ramp.
But the swing she got on that using the legs. Great move by Tekla. Now, gentlemen, we have crowned a new TNT champ. We could have a new women's champion and more when we start Spring Breakout coming up Wednesday on TBS live from Seattle. And then the following night, that's right, back-to-back, on a Thursday night, Spring Breakout on TNT on Collision.
Special two-night presentation this Wednesday on TBS and HBO Max, and this Thursday, 8/7 Central on TNT and HBO Max for Dynamite and Collision Spring Breakthrough.
As you can see, Tekla feeling very good right now.
Tekla just stepping over her challenger, the former AEW Women's World Champion, referee Stefan Smith, doing a good job, Brian, in my estimation, of using his discretion here tonight, not being super strict on the 10 count.
Yeah, he's a great referee. Stefan Smith doing a great job in this match. Because I don't think anybody wants to see this match end in a count out.
You know, and I agree with that, guys. I never did like the count-out rule. I like referee's discretion. I think he's doing a great job because these women have beaten each other up on the outside, no doubt. Look at this.
Tekla taking a massive risk, flying from the top rope to the floor, and Jamie Hayter, we caught a look at how heavily taped her neck is underneath that hair of hers. That landing on the outside, Brian, doing Hayter no favors with that neck injury.
That's one of the most brutal crossbodies to the floor I've seen in quite a while, as far as the impact that the person taking the move has had on the floor. And you see that kinesio tape all over Jamie Hayter's neck. Oh, that boot right to the face. Tekla's so great with her feet.
So great with her feet, so great with the timing. The AEW Women's World Champion waited until Hayter was just about to duck her head through the ropes, Tony.
Yeah, just perfect timing, absolutely. You talk about, Brian, the different angles that she comes from, she being Tekla. And now, God, she hit hard.
And remember, that 15-month layoff was due to a back injury.
Right.
As Hayter, her spine struck the corner bead of the ring apron on the way out.
Yeah, Jamie just flopping on the floor now. All she can do here, pull herself up.
And sense the frustration radiating off the former AEW Women's World Champion. Not sure if she was clutching her arm close to her body or perhaps a rib injury, but either way, it's looking bad for the challenger, Brian.
Things not looking great. I mean, you think about her lower back, you think about her neck. Tekla looks to be in such a dominant position right now in this match. But if I'm Tekla, I take advantage of this right now. Jamie Hayter's not somebody who's going to stay down for long.
Absolutely. Try to get the...
Oh, look at that elbow.
Like right now, Brian, you're right. Oh!
Hayter and Tekla, exchanging, and Tekla takes Hayter off her feet.
But that's the power that I'm talking about for a woman who's relatively small in comparison to a lot of the women in this division. Tekla just creates so much power.
It's the legs, the hip, the core of Tekla that allow her to generate so much torque and so much force on those strikes. Now Tekla cover, but Hayter.
And I would say this about Tekla too. It seems like she never gets tired. Look at her just pulling at Jamie Hayter's mouth.
And now with Hayter locked up, wrenching at the mouth of Jamie Hayter.
Jamie's still fighting. How about that? Just try to get a blow in as Tekla was trying to get to her feet. Love that fighting spirit. Of course, brawling birds, right, Brian?
Yeah, as both women, Jamie Hayter and Alex Windsor, we saw how tough she was in that match with Marina Shafir earlier tonight. Oh, but look at Tekla. Dropped Jamie Hayter with a slap.
And now Hayter brought back up to her feet. No, breaks free. Tekla underneath. And now Tekla, the toxic spider, has Jamie Hayter in her web.
Wow.
Hayter trapped center of the ring. Long way to go for the ropes. She was reaching for it, but Tekla.
And Tekla also wrenching at the fingers.
Right.
I mean, you can visibly see the damage that this is doing to Jamie Hayter's shoulder.
Jamie's up. Taking some great core strength to get raise up and get towards the ropes.
But Brian, every time Tekla wrenches on the fingers and the wrist of Jamie Hayter, it allows Tekla to control which direction Hayter is facing.
Yeah, it's a lever. And you also see with her legs around Jamie Hayter's neck, her ability to control that. With the kinesio tape, you wonder, too, about some of the nerve pain going down Jamie Hayter's arm.
Tekla backs off and measures.
Whoa! I think Jamie's head's in the front row. Holy smokes!
Tekla connects with that kick.
Surprised didn't knock Jamie right smack dab out, to be honest with you.
Hayter, no, breaks free, headbutt. Catching Tekla square on the jaw, but Hayter slow to capitalize.
After that boot to the face, I'm not surprised.
Jamie Hayter, suplex on the apron.
That was a desperation suplex by Jamie Hayter.
And no surprise that we are witnessing this level of physicality, least of all because the AEW Women's World Championship is on the line, but because of the animosity between both champion and challenger alike.
That's a great point. Animosity will bring out physicality. We've seen it so far many times here tonight.
Stephon Smith up to 9 now. Tekla into the ring, as is Jamie Hayter. As Hayter struggling to move forward, but Tekla the first to charge. Both women gripping each other by the backs of the neck.
By their hair.
Oh, wow. Great counter strike by Jamie Hayter. Tekla was winding up. Hayter caught her early. A second one.
One thing about Tekla's elbow strikes is she has to rear so far back for her to generate that power. Jamie Hayter was able to counter.
One-handed shot. You can hear it. Hayter caught Tekla flush twice in a row. First with the headbutt, then the lariat. Tekla back up to her feet and driven down almost immediately. Now the hammer throw into the ropes. Hayter the high boot. The advantage that Tekla was able to create for herself, Brian, dissipating quite quickly because of the heavy hitting of Jamie Hayter.
Yeah, Jamie Hayter's arguably one of the heaviest hitters in the AEW women's division. And those strikes, especially those clotheslines, those lariats, are especially brutal.
Jamie Hayter, one of only 2 women to pin Tekla during Tekla's AEW career. And it was the likewise similarly strong Chris Statlander, but the Liger Bomb 2-0!
Really surprised Tekla got out of that. I think you can see Jamie Hayter is as well.
Well, I'm a little surprised Jamie Hayter didn't use her feet to cover Tekla's arms. I think that's what allowed Tekla to kick out. But you have to wonder where Jamie Hayter's wits are I mean, she's been hit in the head so many times in this match, including that snap DDT on the apron.
Hayter now with the champion in her grips. Tekla, though, kicks the legs, finds her feet, roll up by the Toxic Spider. Handful of trunks. Jamie Hayter escaping at the last possible moment. Tekla under, oh, wait a second. Hayter.
How about that?
And now Hayter, stone, pile driver, covers, 2, Tekla able to kick out.
Jamie Hayter grabbed her as the Spider was going to walk around the ring.
We've seen how effectively Tekla has been able to use that back bridge, Brian. Jamie Hayter was ready for it that time.
Great counter by Jamie Hayter. Great studying of her opponent as well.
Hayter now heading up to the top, albeit a step slower due to the physicality in this match.
Just reach up and hit her in the side of the head.
I mean, Tekla looks out of it as well. But what a great overhand slap that was.
Hayter, almost like a rabbit punch, Tony, to the back of the head.
Yeah, and look at that. It's almost as if Tekla says, hit me again.
Tekla, the overhooks on the arms, now biting the upper body of Jamie Hayter, and then an elbow strike has Hayter stunned in the ropes.
Yeah, just rifling in that elbow strike.
That was a vampire move, for crying out loud. Whoa! Whoa!
Spider suplex from the AEW Women's World Champion.
And the way Jamie Hayter landed was right on her lower back.
Yeah.
Now Tekla finds her place on the top diving stomp to the upper shoulders of Jamie Hayter. Almost using that kinesio tape as a target as Tekla came running in for the stomp, but Hayter.
Good God, that was a hell of a kick. And so was that.
Roundhouse shot by Tekla. Hayter. She was vertical for a moment, but now 2. And no, Hayter still with something left.
Very lax cover by Tekla. I'm surprised about that.
I think after those kicks, Brian, she really thought that Hayter was out.
I think so too.
Yeah, and she made a mistake and she knows it.
Tekla. This is typically the prelude to that devastating spear she likes to unleash.
Where Jamie can barely pull herself up. Watch out, Jamie, when you watch out.
Tekla springs forward. Hayter. Oh, the knee caught Tekla on the way in. And now the back breaker. Jamie Hayter moving with purpose.
Oh, Jamie's going for the Hayterade.
Overhook, no. Tekla hoisted up by Hayter. Center of the ring, Tekla wakes the eyes of Hayter. And now the roll-up 1, 2, and the bridge back.
Still AEW Women's World Champion, the Toxic Spider, Tekla.
Referee Stephon Smith, his eyes were on the shoulders of Jamie Hayter. With the last possible moment, Tekla grabbing on to that bottom rope to retain the AEW Women's World Championship. Alex Windsor down to protest the decision.
Well, Alex Windsor is right, but obviously nothing she can do about it right now. I don't think. Wait a minute.
Now, Tony, the referee's determination, it is final.
Okay. Yeah, and right now, the argument goes on as the Sisters of Sin celebrate on the outside.
Well, Jamie Hayter obviously upset at the decision, but Tekla remains the AEW Women's World Champion. Up next, the AEW Continental Championship is on the line.
But there is so much more at stake between Will Ospreay and Jon Moxley.
My God, they're going to try to end this man's career.
We may have just witnessed the end of Will Ospreay's career.
We play games. This game just keeps on going.
Will Ospreay back for blood!
I don't need a weapon to snap someone's neck. I could do it with my bare hands. This isn't personal for me, Will. Don't make it personal. I am done hearing anything from your mouth. I just want your neck. Put the Continental title on the line, you little bitch.
I do not stand between a person and the consequences of their actions. I'm not going to beat Will Ospreay. He's going to beat himself.
I'm going to come at you with 6 months of anger. You have completely altered my life, mate. I'm going to snap your neck, bro.
One day I will go down. It will not be a dynasty. Will Ospreay will get exactly what he asked for.
Chance to claim the Continental Championship and a measure of revenge on Jon Moxley.
The intense ire between these two men cannot be understated. To think that Jon Moxley at Forbidden Door last year nearly ended the career of Will Ospreay with a vicious neck injury. Ospreay has made it his personal mission tonight for retribution, but also revenge. This is an eye for an eye, a neck for a neck. This is a Continental Championship match, however, meaning no Death Riders, no United Empire. Just two men, neither standing in the way of action, only consequences.
The one and only Renee Paquette. I want to tell you, Brian, you know Jon Moxley as well as anybody. Jon Moxley feels, from what we have seen and heard, that he has Will Ospreay right where he wants him right now. I mean, his confidence is beaming. Is that a facade, or does he really feel that way?
I mean, I think Jon Moxley always feels that way. You know, the interesting thing about Jon Moxley this whole time, Will Ospreay's come back with fire in his eyes. He wants revenge, and Mox has repeatedly said this isn't personal to him.
And his opponent, from Cincinnati, Ohio, weighing 231 pounds, he is the AEW Continental Champion, Jon Moxley.
Gentlemen, I don't know if either of you caught it, but when Renee Paquette was about to deliver her ringside report, Will Ospreay stopped in his tracks and gave a glance over to Renee Paquette. It's not a fact that we play up often, but it's not a big secret either that Jon Moxley and Renee Paquette are married. They're parents. And Will Ospreay could have been thinking about what he is about to do to Renee Paquette's husband in this match to gain revenge.
Well, yeah, Will Ospreay, you know, one of the things that he wasn't so much as upset that Mox hurt him, but the way that he did it and where he did it. Will Ospreay said that Mox snapped his neck in front of his countrymen, in front of his friends, in front of his fiance, in front of his kid, and in front of his mother. And that's something that he won't ever forget. And I know that Will Ospreay wants to snap Jon Moxley's neck tonight. And if he does so, it'll be right in front of his wife.
The AEW Continental Championship on the line. Referee Paul Turner drawing the assignment for this match.
No one at ringside, 20-minute time limit.
And it is for that title, but so much more.
You know, these matches so incredible. No outside interference. Here comes the pin.
Oh, hidden blade immediately.
And look at that, he didn't try to cover him.
Ospreay.
It's time to...
I've got time, right?
The 20-minute time limit ticking away. But Jon Moxley just got blasted very nearly out of his boots. And Will Ospreay, about 19 and a half minutes to do what he wants to Jon Moxley. Ospreay, second hidden blade.
You know Will Ospreay thought about this moment for a long time, guys.
Yeah, I mean, he said the difference between me and you talking about Mox is that I don't need a weapon to break someone's neck. I can do it with my bare hands.
Jon Moxley that landed 5 consecutive paradigm shifts. And then wrapped that chair around the neck of Will Ospreay. As we take a look at the very first hidden blade that began this match, and then the second one as Moxley already bloodied from the mouth. And those strikes that, Brian, in the past, Moxley would wrap that chair around someone's head. Oh, hold on a second, Ospreay up to the top and a straight to the back of the neck. In the past, the chair would be wrapped around the head, and Moxley, he would send Claudio Castagnoli to do the dirty work. That night in London last year, it was Jon Moxley himself that took out Will Ospreay.
Yeah, I'm well aware of the way Jon Moxley operates. Usually he likes...
Moxley.
Will Ospreay has to be wary of Jon Moxley's submission skills.
A triangle, but Ospreay showing tremendous strength. Powerbomb down the Continental Champion.
Yeah, Will Ospreay cannot let up at all, and he knows that.
I don't know if he does, Tony.
Really?
When he hit those hidden blades, I mean, he took so much time. And you can't, one of the things about Jon Moxley, no matter if you love him or if you hate him, is you can't give him time to recover.
Well, Brian, you're right, because Will is being very methodical here. Just taking his time.
I mean, not only does Ospreay know that he has to weaken, to diminish Moxley, but he also, on some level, seems to be relishing the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm seeing here, and I don't think that that's a smart strategy. I mean, even if your goal is to get revenge, you still have, with Jon Moxley, the first thing that you need to do is you need to beat him and then get as much revenge as you want. That's what happened in London. The match was over when Mox did what he did.
Yelling at Jon Moxley, you took 6 months of my life, my career away from me. And whoa! Moxley narrowly avoided that boot to the midsection by Moxley. Moxley, paradigm shift. Yes! Oh! Spiking Ospreay.
Win it in the ring! Stop it! Win it inside!
Yeah, Will Ospreay talking about Jon Moxley taking 6 months of his career away. I'm going to be honest, both of these men contributed to the end of my career. Ospreay on accident, though, look at that paradigm shift on the floor. Ospreay did it on accident, but Mox did it on purpose. But that's the danger with Will Ospreay. I mean, he's so dangerous. He talked about being able to mess up your neck with his bare hands.
We've seen him unleash that Tiger Driver 91, Brian. I mean, just one of the most devastating moves in all of professional wrestling. A move that Ospreay himself, when he came to grips with just how dangerous it was and how he was affecting people's lives with it, he's vowed not to use it. But I think because Moxley's made, sleeper suplex with Jon Moxley.
See, this is Jon Moxley's ability to recover. This is why Will Ospreay shouldn't have paraded around like he did earlier in this match.
Absolutely. Take a look at the sleeper suplex again. He hit on the top of his head, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, straight down on his head.
Oh.
Short arm lariat by Moxley. Drives the challenger, Will Ospreay, back down to the mat. And Moxley, second time. And Moxley, he knows just as well as Will Ospreay that he has to diminish his opponent, his ability to kick out, to absorb the punishment in order to win this match. But Ospreay was warned by Moxley not to make this personal. Jon Moxley tried to make it seem like what he did to Will Ospreay, Brian, was not a personal attack. It was just a matter of course in professional wrestling when it seemed anything but.
Right, but I mean, just look at what Jon Moxley's doing now. This is the way he just conducts business. I mean, for months we've heard Mox come up with twisted ways to explain every awful thing that he's done over the last several years. Like he thinks it all makes him a hero or something. But Will Ospreay sees through all that.
Now, Jon Moxley believes it. He believes that what he's doing, the way he's doing it, is the right way. And right now, he is hammering Will Ospreay. Holy smokes.
Well, Tony, there's the old cliche that the bad guy never truly believes that they're the bad guy.
Yeah.
Jon Moxley said that, that it wasn't personal with Will Ospreay, but how could Will Ospreay not take it personally? That he was unable to lift up his son for 6 months, that he was unable to hug his wife.
Well, listen, when Will went down, I mean, we all talked. We all thought, is his career over? I mean, there's always that chance, right, Brian? When you have that neck injury, you know as well as anybody else.
Always that chance, and especially when you wrestle the style that Will Ospreay does.
Ospreay coming back, a corkscrew kick. And we call it, as broadcasters, Tony, a breakneck style.
Wow. Well, yeah, I guess literally.
The interesting thing to me is Will Ospreay is so talented, he doesn't have to wrestle that style.
Right. I've thought that for so long. How about that?
The springboard, the elbow strike, wipes out Moxley, and Moxley, his momentum carried him to the outside, and he is stumbling around the ringside area. Ospreay with his back to Jon Moxley. Moxley, though, springs up.
Yeah.
Moxley drags Ospreay down. Maybe envisioning a pile driver for Will Ospreay.
Will. Oh, Will Ospreay just.
Left arm lariat. Drove Moxley over the top rope, back into the ring, and now Ospreay springboard takes flight out again, but Moxley prepared that time.
You look at it and you think it's ill-advised, but Will Ospreay lives his life on the edge. He knows no other way. He was going to come off top, and Jon Moxley grounded him. Whoa!
Yeah, but I mean, it's not that he doesn't know any other way, Tony. I think that's the style he loves to wrestle. He loves wrestling that style. I mean, the Pac match, when he wrestled Pac, it was a fascinating match to watch. Pac jumped Ospreay before the match, brainbustered him on the ramp, controlled 80% of the match, yet Ospreay was able to use his exceptional counter wrestling to roll Pac up. And I mean, that's the thing, he's such a great counter wrestler.
Yeah, Brian, you bring up some great points that he can do much more than just this high-flying, unbelievable moves.
Well, he's better at it than anybody in the world.
Of course. But he loves living on the edge, man. You got to agree with that.
Jon Moxley showing his grit, his resilience, able to withstand the early assault by the aerial assassin Will Ospreay, and now firing back. Moxley, hilarious, but Ospreay absorbed the contact.
I don't know how he did it.
The mental toughness of Will Ospreay. He's something to behold.
Yes, sir. He wants payback, and he's trying to get it. Oh, my God!
Ospreay covers. No, Moxley reverses bulldog choke. Ospreay's flattened out.
What a great counter. Look at Jon Moxley's face. He's confident it's over.
Moxley's so slick, and that arm under the neck.
Yeah.
10 minutes on the night, 10 minutes.
Now half the clock has elapsed here. A 20-minute time limit. Continental rules. Everyone is banned from ringside. And Jon Moxley now with a grounded sleeper hold.
I mean, with the pace that these guys are going at it, I can't imagine it would last another 10 minutes.
These two men are throwing bombs at one another as Moxley places the hit through. God-style pile driver. Moxley covers. 2. Ospreay.
Very weak kick out. But I mean, he was able to get his shoulder off the mat.
And Jon Moxley noticed it as well. He looked over here to Doc Sampson and said he's done. Talking about Will Ospreay.
Did he mean in this match or in the sport of professional wrestling?
I don't know the answer to that, but he looked at Doc Sampson and said it's over. And if he hits this, it just may be over.
A sleeper suplex from the ropes, perhaps.
We saw him hit that on Kyle Fletcher in the Continental Classic, where Kyle Fletcher just landed straight on his head.
This is not good, man.
Good.
Will Ospreay gets it.
Oh, and Ospreay.
Oh, my God.
Found his feet and a hidden blade. No, Moxley weaves underneath. Sleeper suplex that time. Ospreay on the crown of his head. Moxley charging in there. No, Ospreay floats over. Power bomb.
How did he do that?
Oh, but Ospreay. 1, 2. Did you notice, Brian? Ospreay, he seemed to seize up, I think, from the damage done to his neck.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to get that cover at first, but he couldn't lift his upper body.
I'm still stunned how Will got the advantage here. It was unbelievable.
The roundhouse kick and the Oscar. No, Moxley again. Full Nelson. Paradigm shift. Oh, hit it, blade!
Out of nowhere! Out of nowhere, he got it!
A last gasp hidden blade from Will Ospreay.
Damn, this is wonderful. Oh, my. Here it is.
Just instinct alone from Will Ospreay. But I mean, some people have a special gift for recovery. I think Will Ospreay's got to be one of them, but it's also the way that he's trained, the way that he's come up in wrestling. I mean, he was trained to take a lot of punishment. Oh, this is something we don't normally see from Will Ospreay.
Brian, people only familiar with Will Ospreay through AEW, or even his career before this in New Japan Pro Wrestling, may not know that Will Ospreay, when he began his career, he was severely undersized. He was bullied. He was battered around the ring. He had to be tough. He had to develop that grit and determination.
He had to, or he wouldn't have even got out of the...
Oh, wait a second.
Easy, brother.
Ospreay, his emotions getting the better of him there.
Yeah, you know what? Paul Turner could throw him out right now.
I mean, this is an emotional situation. Good on Ospreay for picking up the...
Oh, Moxley comes steaming in with the lariat.
Such a veteran, Jon Moxley, took advantage of it.
Oh, Ospreay sweeps out the legs. Jackknife one. No. Ospreay. Styles clash. Tremendous
Guys, I'm astounded. That jackknife was a feint. That jackknife was a feint. He was able to get himself back up into that Styles clash, and now he's got this bulldog choke on Jon Moxley.
And we've seen Moxley. He's tapped out in the past. The panic overwhelms him. Could he be in a similar situation here tonight in the grips of Will Ospreay?
Jon Moxley trying to rise up with, yeah, he's got up. Just going to fall back maybe?
Jon Moxley's head's turning purple.
No, you're right. He's going to go back down. Oh!
Look at the color of Jon Moxley's head.
Hidden blade again!
Oh, he hurt himself. Will hurt himself, I think, with that hidden blade, Excalibur.
He was already clutching that. That left shoulder was Ospreay. 1, 2.
5 minutes remaining.
Brian, I think Ospreay may be dealing with a stinger in his left arm, and is going to try to fight the last 5 minutes of this match with one hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think judging, because it's not hanging limp right now, he must have a little bit of strength. Gosh, I don't know. It's so hard to tell.
There's only one person that knows for sure, and it is Will Ospreay.
Yeah, but his hand is seizing up, too. I mean, his neck has gone through so much punishment in this match, and, you know.
Saw him shake up the hand now. Could be thinking that Tiger Driver, and lost the strength to hold the grip.
Yeah, I mean, the Tiger Driver that he gave me significantly damaged my neck.
Oh, brother, speaking of damage, there could be some major damage coming up here.
Well, Moxley brings his head free and now gouges the eyes.
He's doing more than gouge, I think.
Biting, I think.
Moxley.
Will can't take this. No, he can't take this. No! No! No!
Hey, get in the ring!
Paul Turner's got a decision to make right here.
The medical team springing into action after what we just witnessed.
My God!
On the way down here, Doc, I gotta count. I'm checking on him, Paul.
I know there's a lot of animosity, but this title is so prestigious. Think about the tournament and what it takes to go through the tournament to win it.
It's not about the title. It's about Jon Moxley saying that Will Ospreay doesn't have what it takes to hang with Moxley. He can gamble his quality of life away, but it will never be enough for Ospreay to beat Moxley.
One more, and Will's done.
Ospreay into the ring, but Moxley strikes. Paradigm shift.
Jesus, he's going to do it again.
Paradigm shift. Moxley. 1, 2, 3. No!
Will Ospreay lives. Oh my God!
I mean, but at what cost?
Oh God! The fighting spirit is unbelievable. He can't take another one, can he?
Death Rider by Moxley.
Oh God!
Here is your winner, and still AEW Continental Champion, Jon Moxley.
I know it had to be cathartic for Will Ospreay, Brian. On some level, it had to be cathartic for you to watch how Will Ospreay began this match. Those hidden blades in quick succession, but I think Ospreay may have squandered his opportunity to defeat Jon Moxley here tonight. Has nobody to blame but himself.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, Excalibur. I mean, I also worry about the way Ospreay approaches wrestling. I mean, he loves this so much. He's so resilient, but sometimes sometimes that's a bad thing. I mean, I know that in my own experience. I just hope Will Ospreay can move forward from this. I think he should probably, I would like to see the doctor send him to go get an MRI after this match. That was brutal.
And Ospreay, not only does he know that the Continental Championship has slipped away, but he knows that what he vowed to do to get revenge on that man, Jon Moxley, is also slipped away.
Well, let's be honest. Will's not the first person to try to get that title away from Jon Moxley and seek revenge and not get it done. He's upset, to say the least.
The question for Will Ospreay becomes, where do you go from here and how?
The most magical place in the world.
New York, New York. The show the world is talking about breaks all new ground.
Queens, New York, start spreading the news.
AEW presents Double or Nothing, live Sunday, May 24th from Louis Armstrong Stadium in Flushing, Queens. Tickets on sale now at AEWTIX.com.
Darby Allin, that match was insane. You and Andrade El Idolo, you walked away victorious, now making you the #1 contender to the AEW World Championship. What are you going to do?
You know where the show is Wednesday? You know where Dynamite is? Mm-hmm. It's in Everett, Washington. You know where I started my wrestling career? The Buddy Wayne Academy was in Everett, Washington. If there's ever a time, it's this Wednesday. Kenny, Max, I'll be watching. This Wednesday on Dynamite. It's showtime.
You heard the man. This Wednesday, Dynamite spring breakthrough from Everett, Washington. Clearly, this is not one to miss.
Back-to-back nights this coming Wednesday and Thursday. AEW Dynamite Spring Breakthrough, AEW Collision Spring Breakthrough this Thursday night, 8/7 Central on TNT and HBO Max. And Darby Allin, by virtue of his victory over Andrade El Idolo earlier tonight, wasting no time to call for the shot at whoever leaves Dynasty as AEW World Champion, whether it is Maxwell Jacob Friedman, MJF, or Kenny Omega. But coming up next, just over 24 hours ago, David Finlay, Gabe Kidd, and Clark Connors, the Dogs, claimed the AEW World Trios Championship. But tonight, they will have to contend with a conglomeration.
Bodies. And we're coming for your gold.
Mystical jet speed.
The champions are in trouble.
Oh!
Full clip.
We've got new champions.
They've done it.
We play on our time. We run this now.
You guys knew you weren't done with us, especially after what you did to us. There was 3 of you.
Whole pack of dogs up in here.
And there was only 2 of us.
The conglomeration have no one left.
There just might be a 3rd.
Body, go! Body, go! Body, go!
The Conglomeration is filmed in front of a live wrestling audience.
Five more minutes, Mom.
here really soon. Come in!
Did somebody say conglomeration?
No one said conglomeration. I didn't say conglomeration.
No, I definitely didn't either.
I didn't say that.
Oh. Huh. Well, conglomeration.
This match set for one fall is for the AEW World Trios Championship. Introducing the challenger from Tampa, Florida, Roderick Strong. Next from Wherever, First Name Louise, Orange Cassidy. And from Vancouver, British Columbia, Kyle O'Reilly.
A highly anticipated return to the action for Kyle O'Reilly, another man that knows all too well what it means to run afoul of Jon Moxley. But great to see Kyle back, Brian.
Great to see Kyle back. The last time we saw him, he'd actually made Jon Moxley say, "I quit," before Jon Moxley put him out of action.
Yeah, for 141 days. It happened at Full Gear this past November.
Just 24 hours ago, Tony, that these three men defeated Speedball Mike Bailey, the Jet Kevin Knight, and Mystico to win the AEW World Trios Championship. And obviously a vulgar display.
They're disgusting.
By the champions. But these three men are incredibly dangerous individuals.
Kyle O'Reilly, guys, was on the best run of his career the last time we saw him. Then it got curtailed like we talked about. The Violent Artist returns home, and you can better believe he's pumped up. Let's just hope he is prepared to go. 141 days, long time to be off.
Long time to be off, and this is a dangerous trio to come back to wrestle first. I mean, Game Kid, absolutely insane. This man.
Gabe Kidd just staring daggers at our broadcast colleague Brian Danielson, while Clark Connors and David Finlay pace their way around the ring. And Brian, much like yourself, Kyle O'Reilly has struggled through neck injuries in his career, but still has persevered and is now back here in action tonight in his hometown of Vancouver. That's got to be incredibly special for him, but also a fact that will not be lost on the opposition.
Won't be lost at all on the opposition. You know, the Dogs, they would love nothing more than to pin Kyle O'Reilly in front of his hometown in his comeback match.
Pin or maim Kyle O'Reilly.
Yeah, I suppose that they're not exact about how they want to win matches. They just want to destroy people.
Kyle O'Reilly's up to the task, guys. He is in the ring first, and he is ready to go. Let's see how ready he is.
Darnabo tie up David Finlay, fourth-generation professional wrestler. A man who's been around this sport his entire life.
David Finlay, such a great technical wrestler himself, but also just brutal. But I have to say, Kyle O'Reilly is one of the best scientific wrestlers on the planet. great submission artist, great strikes.
Shoulder tackle, takes Finley off his feet. Finley was looking for the trip, telegraphed. Back body drop it now. O'Reilly.
And look at that.
Yep, picks the ankle.
Going for an Achilles lock.
And Finley, though, hammering his boot down into the jaw of O'Reilly to break free of the grip.
Yeah, let's not forget what Kyle was able to do at Blood and Guts. Had John Moxley submit from the ankle lock. Not many people can say that, guys.
Thinking, of course, Brian mentioned the I Quit match last year at Full Gear. O'Reilly, perhaps the biggest singles win of his career. Remember, he was set to compete in the Continental Classic last year, Brian, but it was the injury by Moxley that put O'Reilly out of action and out of the tournament.
Yeah, and I would guess, you know, I don't know this for a fact, but I would guess that Kyle O'Reilly is the only person to have submitted John Moxley twice.
Yep. I would bet you're right.
Cassie, thinking better of it, and tries the elbow on David Finlay.
There's nobody in the world, and look at the fans standing and applauding Orange Cassidy.
Conglomeration with a high five, but the Dogs on the assault. Connors, Kidd, and Finlay, three men that complement each other so well. The intensity of Clark Connors, the strategy of David Finlay, and just the madness of Gabe Kidd.
Madness is right. Whoa, great move by Clark Connors.
Connors, yeah, he was ready for Roderick Strong, send him into the barricade. And Finlay sends Orange Cassidy into the barricade as well on the opposite side of the ring.
Yeah, great evasion by Connors.
Oh, Kyle O'Reilly had an armbar on Gabe Kidd on the floor. David Finlay just broke that up.
Of course, the match can't end in an armbar on the floor. The titles can't change hands. Conglomeration were to secure a tap out. Oh, full clip. Full clip on the outside. Kyle O'Reilly, his night might be over. Wow, Tony, the Dogs, I mean, typically when they hit that inside the ring, right, it's the end of the night for the opposition. O'Reilly may be effectively eliminated from this match.
Yeah, but Roddy living up to his name because he's coming back strong here.
Yeah, Roddy's fired up. Him and Kyle O'Reilly have been tag partners and friends for years.
It's Gabe Kidd. Toe kick. Face of Roderick Strong, and Kidd holding that wrist very close to his body.
Yeah, that armbar. Kyle O'Reilly has a tight armbar.
And now Orange Cassidy. Ooh, Cassidy changing his mind instead. Saw David Finlay inside the ring. And of course, as we mentioned, Tony, the match has to end inside the ring, which Orange Cassidy keenly aware of with Clark Connors. Big spear on Orange Cassidy.
Clark Connors is awesome. You know, we talk so much about Darby Allin and the way he can hurl his body. Clark Connors does that as well.
Apologize for the language of Clark Connors there, but David Finlay using his strength to just toss Orange Cassidy across the ring.
One of the things that people have always said about David Finlay's father, Fit Finlay, is how incredible of an athlete he was, how strong he was, and I think that translates to David Finlay as well. He doesn't, when you look at him, obviously he's in great shape, but he doesn't look like as strong as he is. He's a very physically strong man. And you can see it in some of the power moves that he does.
It's almost like surprising ease with which he's able to manhandle his opponents. Quick tag out, Clark Connors. Of course, a booze here in Vancouver for the Dogs.
Well deserved, I might add. And I think they relish it.
And if you notice, only Roderick Strong is up on the corner of the conglomeration. Kyle O'Reilly's still on the floor, courtesy of that full clip from Clark Connors and David Finlay.
Yeah, you got to wonder if he can continue. I mean, being off that long, look at that great snap suplex.
Snap suplex, lateral press by Connors. Orange Cassidy able to kick out.
We've had so many great matches here tonight. We got a new TNT champ. Unexpected. Connors. He exploded, didn't he?
Yeah, you can just see with the teamwork with the dogs. You know, I was so impressed seeing how quickly they had won the Trios Championship since they've been here in AEW.
Just over 24 hours ago, able to defeat Jet Speed and Mystico to win those AEW World Trios Championships last night on Collision. And now just dominating the conglomeration. They've effectively neutralized Kyle O'Reilly on the outside, are targeting Orange Cassidy, and Roderick Strong just powerless. All he could do is look on. Cassidy, leapfrog, well, okay. Orange Cassidy makes the tag. Roderick Strong, backbreaker for Connors. Backbreaker for Finlay.
Roderick Strong is awesome, Excalibur. Look at this.
Rising knee strikes, a flurry of offense from Roderick Strong, and now got his own partner up and using Orange Cassidy as a weapon. Roderick Strong, the legs, the feet into the face of Connors, and the DDT on Finlay. Strong hoists up Connors, gutbuster. Now Roderick Strong, deep cover, but Clark Connors able to kick out.
And Roderick Strong just a one-man wrecking crew in this one.
And Strong may have been thinking end of Heartache, but we'll never know because David Finlay intervened, bailing out Clark Connors. Dogs just battering Roderick Strong in the corner.
Yeah, and Gabe Kidd getting medical attention.
Well, that's how physical this match has been.
As was Kyle O'Reilly as well.
Yeah, it's kind of broken down to a 2-on-2 right now. Actually, a 2-on-1, as you can see.
After Orange Cassidy sustained so much aggression from the dogs. Now Connors, shoulder tackle, Finlay, lateral press. 2 and...
Again, Clark Connors hits the ring ropes with as much speed as anyone I've seen in AEW.
He's dead. Yeah, very explosive is Clark Connors.
And Brian, as you know, that is so important. If you hit it hard and come off with momentum, you get a lot going offensively. Man, Clark Connors showed me something, man.
Yeah.
Tony, you invoked the name Darby Allin earlier. That's the only man I think I've seen moved with the swiftness, the pace that Clark Connors is able to.
Yeah, I agree with that, Excalibur. But Roddy is a fighter. Look at this, a dunk so quick.
Over the top, Connors, backbreaker, delivered by Roderick Strong inside the ring. And Kyle O'Reilly finally.
Oh, Kyle's up.
Finally making the return.
Give him the tag.
Tag made, and now O'Reilly. The teeth backs up Connors. And O'Reilly striking with vicious efficiency. Finlay attempted to step into the ring, but O'Reilly caught him with the dragon screw through the ropes, and now O'Reilly cranking on the arm of Connors. Connors, though, breaks free of the grip of O'Reilly. Dragon screw from O'Reilly, and he maintains control.
Oh, going for that ankle lock.
Ankle lock is cinched in. David Finlay immediately. Oh, the orange punch missed, but the knee strike didn't. And now O'Reilly sits back. Connors is trapped in the center of the ring. Yes! Orange punch connects on the outside, and we have new champions!
And new AEW World Trios Champion, the conglomerate, freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy, Roderick Strong, and Kyle O'Reilly.
How about this? Just a shade over 20
the conglomeration are champions.
Huge win for the conglomeration. Huge win for Kyle O'Reilly in front of his hometown. You see Kyle pointing at the sky. His father has recently passed away.
Yeah, that was an emotional night for him.
Emotional night. But how good it must feel to win these trios championships in front of his hometown.
Friends and family assuredly in attendance here tonight for Kyle O'Reilly. An emotional moment, to say the least. Kyle O'Reilly can now call himself 1/3 of the AEW World Trios Champions.
Great night. Spectacular night. Nothing like an AEW pay-per-view, gentlemen. You know it, and all of our fans know it.
But Tony Schiavone, it is not over yet. Still one more match to come, and it is our main event. The Devil versus the God of professional wrestling. MJF versus Kenny Omega for the richest prize in our sport, the AEW World Championship.
I still hold the championship that every single man could only ever hope of obtaining.
He is
the #1 contender
for the AEW World Title, Kenny Omega!
Somebody needs to knock you down a peg. Someone needs to strike you down. And when it comes to someone who can take that from you, why not the God of pro wrestling? What you people deserve is a champion who will go down as one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. Versus the Devil. Your intestines can explode any minute, any time, anywhere. All your disciples around the world will be embarrassed and ashamed. That belt that you wear around your waist, I will take it from you. You bring the best version of yourself, and the same thing's gonna happen that has happened to everyone who has crossed paths with me. And I will right the wrongs that you have committed in this company. That is what a god of professional wrestling does. Their god will fall, and your devil will rise, because I'm better than you, and you know it.
It's main event time, live at Dynasty.
and God have made it to the ring. For one final time tonight, let's head to Justin Roberts, the Dapper Yapper, to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vancouver, British Columbia! Your main event tonight, set for one fall with a 60-minute time limit, is for the All Elite Wrestling World Introducing at this time, the challenger. From Winnipeg, Manitoba, weighing 224 pounds, they call him the God of professional wrestling. He is Kenny his opponent, from Plainview, Long Island, New York, weighing 226 pounds, he is the reigning and defending All Elite Wrestling World Champion, the Devil, Maxwell Jacob Friedman, MJF.
Here we go, guys. Here we go.
Referee Bryce Remsburg drawing the assignment for tonight's main event.
You know, Kenny Omega told Forbes that being labeled the God of pro wrestling is a heavy responsibility. Sometimes I feel like a burden, because it's hard to see myself the way the fans see me, but at the same time, what have we done?
Right now, yeah, referee Bryce Remsburg.
There you go. Good job.
He anticipated that MJF would try to bring that Dynamite Diamond ring into this match. We've seen that ring play a pivotal role in MJF's defenses, both in his first and second reign as AEW World Champion.
Yeah, and Kenny went on to say, I don't want to disappoint anyone. Well, got a lot of great Canadian fans here and fans watching worldwide. They're putting their hopes to rid this guy. You know what guy I'm talking about.
Brian, I think that's an important distinction between Kenny Omega and MJF. I know they're numerous, but MJF has dubbed himself the Devil. Kenny Omega never once claimed to be the God of professional wrestling. That was a name bestowed upon him by the fans.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's a reason why. I mean, a generation of fans and wrestlers alike got into professional wrestling because of Kenny Omega. He expanded ideas of what a professional wrestler can do and be, and pushed himself beyond his limits in the process. And I mean, Kenny has achieved an excellence so rare in this sport, an excellence unlike anybody I've ever seen. Although, obviously, his body has paid the ultimate price for that.
Kenny Omega was the third overall AEW World Champion. Defeated John Moxley. Dynamite winners coming December 2nd, 2020. And over the course of his reign, Omega would make 6 successful defenses, including wins over Moxley in a rematch, Orange Cassidy, Pac, Jack Perry, and Christian Cage. Omega would set the high water mark, the record for the longest reign as AEW World Champion. But then MJF came along. Just days before MJF was set to eclipse that record, these two men met one-on-one. This collision, October 28th, 2023. MJF was victorious over Kenny Omega that night. But Tony, unbeknownst to Kenny Omega, his body was in the process of betraying him.
Yeah, it was. You know, and he even mentioned, he said the announcers always talk about diverticulitis.
Wait a second, Omega MJF was looking for the salt of the earth. Omega was ready for it. Swing and a miss now. Omega, one-winged angel. No, MJF. Victory roll. 2. MJF charged forward. Omega ready for it. Ducks underneath. And now Omega, bit of a misstep, but still course corrects. Cross body. Omega out to the apron. MJF, Heat Seeker. This is how he won the title for a second time. Omega v trigger. MJF bails out.
You know, Kenny was talking about diverticulitis with Forbes magazine, and when he said, you know what, I never want to disappoint anyone, but I want to be satisfied with how things end. And hopefully this is not the end for Kenny Omega.
Well, Brian, the reason why I believe it's germane and the reason why we bring it up so much is that, yes, MJF did defeat Kenny Omega in an AEW World Championship title match. But Kenny Omega was at significantly less than 100% due to the ongoing battle happening within his body.
That he didn't even know was going on. And, you know, Kenny said he was 60 to 80% at that time. I highly doubt he was 60 to 80% at that time. I bet he was more like 40 to 50%. And the crazy thing is that Kenny Omega at 40 to 50% of his capacity is still better than 99% of professional wrestlers. But this Kenny Omega that we're seeing tonight, this Kenny Omega that is fighting for the most important championship in all of professional wrestling, this Kenny Omega is as close to 100% as he's been in years and years.
MJF during that contract signing, Tony tried to undermine the confidence of Kenny Omega, saying that Omega had a ticking time bomb in his stomach that could go off at any time. Injuries happen all the time in the sport of professional wrestling. As Omega, Hurricanrana takes down MJF.
Kenny was unsure where MJF was.
He spotted him, and now Omega building up momentum, and MJF taking himself out of the range.
Well, it may be considered intelligent.
Diving drop kick through the ropes. MJF caroms off the barricade, and now Kenny Omega.
So Kenny Omega is throwing his body at MJF, showing you that he is 100%.
Brian, if Kenny Omega was concerned at all about his midsection, he would not attempt a dive like that where he's completely wide open.
Not at all. And then you saw him do it. He came up, no signs of ill effect.
Oh, dropped hold. Omega face first into the steel chair. MJF.
Forget about the midsection. Got to worry about your head now.
MJF, a smile on his face like the cat that caught the canary. And a right hand sending Kenny Omega onto the timekeeper's table to the left of our broadcast position.
You know what, for MJF, he was on C-Fox Radio here in Vancouver. He wanted to destroy Kenny Omega, he said, especially in Canada in front of the fans.
Omega the right hand, backing off MJF. Now Omega, the moonsault off the barricade.
To your earlier point, Excalibur, it doesn't look like Kenny Omega's worried at all about his stomach.
Oh.
And I think that's because of how good he feels. I mean, he has been incredible in 2026.
Certainly has now. Omega at the table from the other side of the barricade.
I'm sure wrestling in front of the fans here in Canada also fires him up as well. Brian, don't you think? Being home?
Yeah, I think wrestling in Canada, but also wrestling for the AEW World Championship.
With the table on top of MJF, but the hardware side is diving stomp from the apron.
I've seen tables used many, many ways here in AEW, but never like that.
I think MJF needs to be worried about his midsection in this match now.
Omega's so dangerous, those feet, the knees, the diving stomps. the kicks, which he uses so effectively.
What do you want? I want you in the ring.
And
you win the belt in the ring.
The referee admonishing Omega that the match must be contested inside the ring. But Omega breaking the referee's count, or resetting the referee's count, and now Omega on the floor. That table up once again. MJF, he's not been moving since that double stomp. MJF receiving end, multiple right hands from Kenny Omega, and
I just hope Kenny doesn't let his hatred for MJF supersede the fact that he's got to win a championship here, because we all hate MJF. We get it.
And there's a lot of people who not only just hate MJF, but actively want to see Kenny win this championship.
Exactly.
Well, MJF retreats to the relative safety to the inside of the ring, but Omega on the top. No, MJF upsets the balance, and Omega crashes down.
Believe you me, this is where MJF is going to lower the boom here.
Brian, you spent more than an hour inside the ring with MJF. You can personally attest to what an incredible professional wrestler he is, but he's also somebody deeply insecure as well.
Yeah, deeply insecure. You know, Kenny said it's hard to claim AEW is where the best wrestle when MJF is AEW World Champion. I think that's underestimating MJF. I mean, he's a fantastic wrestler in the ring. I think the thing that everybody gets frustrated with is his willingness to take shortcuts. But MJF stated his goal is to be considered the greatest wrestler of all time. The problem with that is you're making your goal about the opinions of other people and not something that's intrinsic to yourself. And you can see how much MJF cares about people's opinions.
Yes. Insecure, egomaniac, jackass. Take your pick.
And I think Kenny Omega mentioning that he was significantly less than 100% the first time that these two men met plays into that insecurity of MJF. It essentially puts an unofficial asterisk next to MJF's victory. And Omega, for as good as he is in the ring physically, Brian, also a master tactician as well on the mental side of the sport.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get to the level that Kenny Omega got to without being an excellent tactician. One of the best to ever do it.
And MJF holding on tightly to the legs of Kenny Omega. Omega unleashes a pair of elbow strikes, followed up by a knife-edge chop.
Trying to soften him up to get him up there, and he did. Whoop, did not.
MJF finds his feet, and whoa. Omega lands hard. MJF lateral press, and Omega kicks out.
Man, MJF almost won it right there, guys. So close.
Yeah, you can't take anything away from MJF.
And Brian, that water wheel drop is so dangerous because Omega, not only are you flying backwards at the mat, but with extra velocity due to the momentum of your opponent pulling down on your calves or your heels.
Absolutely, and MJF is for his frame, he's very powerful. Gets a lot of whip on that move.
MJF, oh, wait a second. Kenny Omega slips in between. MJF now at the mercy of Omega's right hands. Omega battering. Manhattan drop. And now MJF sends Omega to the ropes, rolls him in. MJF, oh wait.
Yeah.
The knee injury. Omega went for it. MJF covers. And
I was about to say, don't trust him. when MJF came right out of it.
That was very nearly it for Kenny Omega.
That was the second kick out in a row that I would consider a relatively weak kick out from Kenny Omega.
Especially given this stage in the match.
Yeah.
Now MJF lining up. Omega mocking. Omega beat trigger. No. Omega ready for it. Snap. Dragon suplex.
It was a lot of people try to imitate Kenny Omega. I haven't seen one who can actually do it.
No, you're right. It was a hell of a snapdragon, but as you can see, Kenny is not. I was hoping Kenny would give him a series of them, but obviously he needs to get back into this.
Vancouver and fans around the world urging on Kenny Omega. They would love to see him unseat the man that has dubbed himself the Devil, the AEW World Champion MJF, and MJF prepared for the shot from Omega. Omega, nice drop step, misdirect. Low drop kick takes MJF off his feet. Omega on the move, and over the top comes Kenny.
Love that low drop kick. Loved it. Gave him the big advantage here.
Omega drives down MJF, moonsault, cover 1, 2.
Well, Kenny's been on his game tonight, but MJF is hanging in there. A lot of times he just rolled out of the way. It's about the third time he's done that tonight.
But he may have inadvertently, Tony, put himself in harm's way.
Yeah.
Omega occupying the center of the ring, but likely not for much longer. Building up momentum. Kenny Omega over the top and connects with MJF on the floor.
Connected high, Brian, and rode him right down to the floor.
That was great accuracy by Kenny Omega. Look at this. Just nailing MJF with that dive.
Brian, I don't know if you noticed. I'm sure you did. On Kenny Omega's way to the ring, he noticed that there was something uneven about that ring step when he stepped on it. It's something that I've seen. Wait a second, Omega. You put a pin in that. Now looking for one-winged angel, but MJF raking at the face, the nose of Kenny Omega. And just ripping at the eyes.
Well, like it or not, it's a great counter for that one-legged angel.
Oh, wait a second. Omega in underneath, sweeps out the legs. And Omega, the catapult. Now MJF leaps up to the middle rope. Omega, though, behind the momentary relief for MJF, now finds himself in the position of the one-winged angel. Oh, no. Omega climbing the ropes, carrying the weight of the AEW World Champion MJF. Oh, precarious perch. Here Omega thinking avalanche, but no. MJF escapes, breaks the back. Now MJF biting the head of Omega.
Classic MJF, raking the back, biting the forehead, anything to get out of harm's way, and it worked.
Brian, when I saw Kenny Omega step on that ring step, when he noticed it was uneven, that was something that perhaps he filed away in the back of his head. Not just because something felt off with the ring, but it could be something that he could use as an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that's how Kenny Omega's mind works. I mean, he's so observant about everything around ringside.
Wait a second, MJF.
Possibly going for that tombstone.
Use this tombstone from the ropes.
Kenny needs to get out of this quickly.
And he's trying to clasp those feet together. MJF is dazed, and now Omega slides free and then lands a shot into the ribs.
Guys, that could have been it if MJF hit that.
Kenny connects with the right hand, and now driving MJF head first into the turnbuckle. Omega the climb. And Kenny over the top. Powerbomb, no, MJF. Flip free. Thrust kick caught Omega square in the face. MJF on the move. Omega ducks underneath. Snap! Dragon again. The bypass. And now Omega lands on his feet. MJF telegraphed it. Kenny Omega reverse hook on Rana. And Omega again, perhaps looking for one wing in. But MJF reverses.
What a freaking counter that was. My God.
And now MJF up to the middle. Destroyer on Omega. But Omega the knee. 1, 2. Oh, MJF.
That was close, brother.
The pinpoint accuracy of that knee. That hit MJF right in the jaw.
Take another look at that. MJF, he tried to turn his head, Brian, but Kenny Omega just steamrolled him.
Just leveled him with that knee.
Chant, we've heard all night from this capacity crowd. What a night it has been.
Heard it for just about 7 years right now in All Elite Wrestling as Kenny Omega and MJF, two of the foundational pieces of this company, doing battle. This is the first time ever that Kenny Omega has found himself as a challenger in a main event of an AEW pay-per-view event for the AEW World Championship. Oh! And Omega just got clipped by MJF, and Omega finds himself perhaps in the position for the heat seeker, but gets brought over the top, and the cutter. Cover, both legs collected, and Omega.
Kenny didn't kick out, he just rolled out of that one.
Yeah, do you know what, one of the things I'm noticing in this match, guys, is that Kenny is using as little energy as possible for these kickouts, which I think is really smart. That's a veteran move that somebody who's just turned 30 years old like MJF wouldn't even think of. But when you have as much experience in the game as Kenny Omega, those are the kind of things that you do.
Omega, so tactical, so savvy. He's often talked about the resting heart rate, how low it is of the Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada. Omega and Okada's battles in Japan, their match last summer at All In Texas. They're just incredible, incredible contest, but really master classes in how to conserve energy in the face of elite level competition. We talked about MJF attempting to emulate Kenny Omega, but Kenny Omega shows why he is one of the best of all time. Wipes out MJF. 1, 2, no! Often imitated, never duplicated. Kenny Omega. There is no one quite like him on planet Earth.
And he has pushed MJF. MJF has pushed him. Classic world title match. Something that I think we all expected. I think Kenny's feeling it right now, guys.
I think the crowd's feeling it too, Tony.
He's soaking it up.
Omega dragging his adversary, the AEW World Champion MJF, to his feet. Omega. Second time for Omega. Off the middle ropes. MJF, though, knees up into the midsection. And Omega working Rana. He was ready for MJF. Takes him down.
Well, you can just see what the toll of this match is taking on Kenny, man.
Yeah, Brian, after the knees went into the midsection of Kenny Omega, this is the first time I think we've been seeing him laboring for breath.
But I mean, okay, I don't know how deep we are into this match, but this is a world championship match. That's not something to make you question Kenny Omega. I mean, that's the level of performance in the world title, seeing it here at AEW.
Kenny Omega perhaps with an...
Oh my gosh, look at that!
To Kota Ibushi! Omega's longtime friend, an acknowledgement to a man who was instrumental at the start of Omega's career in Japan. Take another look at this. MJF, the knees into the stomach in Omega. I mean, if he was concerned about it for a moment, Brian, that moment passed quite quickly.
It passed quick, but you can see him grabbing his stomach now.
Yeah, the knees of the stomach has turned this match around a little bit. Maybe a lot.
The moonsault, the repeated moonsaults from Kenny Omega, I'm sure not doing him any favors, but Omega undeterred. He still has a point to prove tonight. Not only that he could defeat MJF, but that he still belongs in the upper echelon of professional wrestling.
Brian, I know you've been there a lot of times when you're hurt, adrenaline kicks in, right? And you just got to keep going forward.
Yeah, you have to. But I mean, somebody like Kenny Omega, he's lived in that ring in pain.
And again, Omega takes a moment to compose himself, catch his breath, lines up MJF for a V trigger with the kitchen sink. MJF came steaming in with that one.
You could almost see that time that MJF knew what was going on. Slowly rose up, caught Kenny at the right time with that kitchen sink Excalibur.
Second time, sends the challenger for a loop.
Just driving that knee right into Kenny Omega's abdomen.
A self-styled devil, MJF.
I thought you didn't want sympathy, Kenny. What's the matter? Your stomach hurt? Your stomach hurt?
Now
you piece of shit! Your stomach hurt?
Right hands to the midsection.
What a horrible human being we have for our world champ. Good God.
Horrible human being, but as Brian can attest to, incredible professional wrestler, but so is Omega! Very nearly took it there. Ducks underneath Omega. Be home, both men, same idea. Both men collide midair.
And Kenny probably got the worst of it based on what's happened tonight, Brian.
Absolutely. But this is where Kenny Omega's resilience comes in.
You can hear the moment that they collided and the moment the oxygen left the lungs of both men. Bryce Remsburg checking on champion and challenger alike. MJF the first to his feet. Omega up shortly after, but backing, retreating to the corner. Well, he was, or it was a ploy to lure in MJF now. MJF head bouncing off that turnbuckle pad.
Just great ring awareness by Kenny Omega. Luring MJF into that corner.
Right hand, a second, a third into the head of the AEW World Champion. Omega. Now lefts and rights, crashing down on the head of MJF.
Side of the head to the neck and now right to the top.
MJF dazed in the corner, being pulled down. MJF elevated. Powerbomb into the buckle.
Oh my God. Buddy, that is, holy smokes. Those buckle bombs are so dangerous. Let's see if MJF can rebound from that. It may be the move.
Omega, though,
having a tough time getting to the top turnbuckle.
Tough time getting through the ropes.
Yeah.
Let alone to the top turnbuckle. MJF up to his feet. Omega. Drop kick right between the shoulder blades. Very steep angle from the challenger. Cover 2. Brian, when we were complimenting Kenny Omega's acumen as a professional wrestler, but we're not seeing a lot of great covers out of Omega thus far.
Yeah, that's one thing. If I were to pick something apart in this match for Kenny Omega, I would say it's the lack of quality covers. And I'm not saying I think he would have pinned MJF after that drop kick to the back off the top rope. But when you cover somebody with a great cover, it forces them to expend their energy.
No! MJF elected not to upset the balance of Omega, but just a lunging, leaping right hand to the midsection.
And Kenny, as he was up on top, was holding with his left hand his midsection.
It's very clear MJF has a game plan going into this match, and could he be going for that tombstone off the second?
Kenny's got to fight his way out of this Excalibur.
He does. Omega grabbing on to that middle rope. He was able to free himself from the grip of MJF. And now Omega, oh, no, MJF backs him off. Kick to the face. Oh, the knee caught MJF on the way down.
Look at MJF. Is he out? Well, he's trying to get back up.
Omega with MJF on the shoulders once again.
Oh, brother.
Brian, this requires a ton of strength out of Kenny Omega, but particularly strength from the core to pick up an opponent like this.
Yeah. I mean, this is incredibly difficult. He's going for the one-winged angel.
He's one-winged angel. Cover him now.
Cover!
Everybody stand in here. He can't cover him.
Omega.
Whoa.
He was about 2.5 feet away from MJF, Brian. But it might as well have been 2.5 miles.
Oh, man. I think it would have won it. It would have won the match.
Oh. But to hike that distance when you're in as much pain as Kenny Omega is right now. Come on, Kenny, you can do it. Get him back in the ring.
Now, Kenny may be staggering around and hurting right now, but MJF's the one that's down.
Omega. Elects not to cover. Instead, I think, realizes maybe that the moment has passed. Wait. Oh. MJF telegraphed it. Kenny was ready. He countered.
I just don't think MJF had enough strength to do whatever he was planning.
Yeah, I agree with that.
After that one-winged angel off the turnbuckle. And here comes Kenny Omega.
Bang! The V-trigger to the back of the head. Omega. Snap. Dragon. And now to the front. Omega. Does he have it? Oh, no.
That left side of MJF exposed, was able to shoot the arm straight in the air.
And Excalibur, as you had brought up earlier, I think it's the covers here of Kenny Omega. He didn't get a full deep cover on that.
But Omega, undeterred, keeps applying pressure to MJF. Can he? No. Omega
couldn't get him up.
Yeah, struggling with the midsection, the sustained offense from the EW World Champion.
Yeah, Kenny, look at this, trying to fire himself up, hitting himself in the midsection as well.
Yeah, I mean, he has to fire himself up. As MJF said on Dynamite, this may be Kenny Omega's last shot at the World Championship. He's got to give it everything he's got.
Omega with MJF up center of the ring. Changes grip. One minute. No. Instead, MJF. That hot. Oh, he spiked Omega. Crown of his head. And now, MJF. Package pile driver. 1, 2, throw. No, Omega.
Plenty left, seemingly, in Kenny Omega. Let's see how much.
Omega able to survive the quick combination from MJF.
We have crowned 2 new champions here tonight. Can we do a third?
The physicality of this AEW World Championship title match evident.
Kenny Omega with having withstood so much on his knees, now getting to his feet.
The utter disrespect, not to perhaps even exceeding disrespect, contempt that MJF has for Kenny Omega. Could be that MJF not just insecure, Brian, but envious that Kenny Omega is so highly regarded, to be dubbed the god of professional wrestling.
Yeah, I mean, MJF is jealous of anybody who the fans think are better than him.
Tony, we saw right there, Kenny Omega tried to cover his face, but then left the body wide open.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head about jealous, envious of Kenny Omega. I think you were right. MJF knows who he's fighting. He knows, as all of us do, who's in the ring. And Kenny with a smile on his face.
Max spitting in the face of Kenny Omega, but seems to have awoken something in the challenger. Rapid series of blows by Omega. MJF now panicking. Trying to cover up an Omega. A flurry of offense unleashed.
It is a firestorm from the cleanup.
Great punches and strikes by Kenny Omega.
Whoa, God.
Just repeated punches to the face. Unblocked, unchecked by Kenny Omega.
Yeah, I won.
And
now Kenny Omega spits in MJF's face.
Oh, and a kick. I'm not sure if that caught MJF on the body or the arm. Nonetheless, Kenny Omega takes a few steps back, and now, bang! V-trigger to the side of the head.
Fans behind us chanting one more time.
Not just behind us.
Yeah, everywhere now.
But from all 360 degrees around the ring.
Oh, look at that punch.
Right hand.
Just, yeah, absolutely brutal cross by Kenny Omega. And he's giving these people what they want. One more time.
Bang! Omega hoists up the champion. Hey, has him hooked, no? Oh! MJF pulled the referee into Omega's path.
What a cowardly thing.
A desperate act by a desperate man, Tony.
Absolutely. You watch out from behind. Oh, no.
Low blow from MJF.
I think it's very clear, gentlemen, that MJF realized that he could not beat this version of Kenny Omega. He could not beat Kenny Omega at 100%.
And now, what is MJF looking for?
He just...
Digging.
You're taking the belt off the...
Was it? That was the Dynamite Diamond Ring. Bryce Remsburg caught him with it before the bell rang. And now, Omega avoids. MJF does not. One winged angel. There it is! Oh, Paul Turner's running down. 1, 2. No!
Paul Turner got here, but he got here about 7 or 8 seconds too late.
No one has survived the one-winged angel inside an AEW ring. And MJF just did. But instead of a 3 count, Brian, he had about a 15 count.
Kenny Omega should be our new AEW World Heavyweight Champion. And everybody knows it.
Kenny's motioning to the table here. Is that what he's doing?
Dragging up MJF. Let's go! Omega looking to end it here. Oh no! Omega could not sustain the weight of MJF on his shoulders.
He's calling for the fans to help him out.
Oh! The ring. It was the right hand with the ring to the body of Omega. And now, oh no. Oh no! Tombstone pile driver through the table. Omega is out. And MJF, heat seeker. 1, 2, 3.
Still All Elite Wrestling World Champion Maxwell Jacob Freeman, MJF.
A cowardly act by a desperate man, but an act that allowed MJF to once again defend the AEW World Championship. But Brian, I think you had the right of it. Did MJF truly beat Kenny Omega tonight? Sure, the record books will say so. But can MJF convince himself that he beat the best version of Kenny Omega?
I know he didn't, and you know, Kenny Omega had said this on Dynamite. Kenny told MJF that he knew that he was better than MJF, and MJF knew it too. I think it's very clear. Let's look at this.
The ring was still around the right hand. Amid all the chaos, Tony, Kenny lost track of it. MJF never did. And that proved to be Omega's undoing.
Well, in MJF's mind, the answer to your question, yes. He believes that he really did beat Kenny Omega tonight. And then, of course, there was a 1, 2, 3, but it was a cowardly act from a horrible human being who is still our AEW World Champion.
As MJF,
and he needs help off, stop it.
Still the AEW World Champion, but we heard earlier tonight that Darby Allin will be watching this match closely, and that whoever left Dynasty would have Darby Allin, the #1 contender, waiting for them at Spring Breakthrough Live this Wednesday in a special Thursday night broadcast on TBS. and HBO Max Wednesday at 8/7 Central. This Thursday, Collision Spring Breakthrough, 8/7 Central on TNT. HBO Max with Nigel McGuinness, Brian Danielson, Tony Schiavone, Arkady Ora, Justin Roberts. I'm Excalibur. We thank you for joining us tonight for Dynasty, and we will see you Wednesday night for Dynamite Spring Breakthrough.